Hello. What's up, everybody? I am. Hold on, one moment. What's up, everybody? I am now live with Professor Grover Furr from Montclair State University, and today we're going to be talking about the lies that were told about Stalin. So, Professor Furr, if you'd like to give a brief introduction in case there's people who aren't familiar with your work, or
Well, certainly. Um, I'll be brief. For about the last 20 years or so, I've been uh, making my main research job the investigation of and study of the documents from former Soviet archives that have gradually been released in Russia after the end of the Soviet Union. And the first book I published is titled Khrushchev Lied, and that's about the famous speech, secret speech, as it's called in English, and that Khrushchev gave to the 20th Party Congress in 1956, attacking Joseph Stalin. And in that book, with the help of documents from the former Soviet archives, I was able to prove that basically Khrushchev didn't make even a single accusation that was true. We can disprove virtually everything he said, or all the accusations that he made against Stalin and Beria in that speech. Since then, I've gone on to investigate other alleged crimes by Stalin, and I've written a total of about 14 books on the subjects of Soviet history during the Stalin period. And what I've found so far is that I can't verify a single crime that Stalin committed. All of the allegations of crimes that you hear or read about Stalin, it turns out are false. So I'm continuing that research. It's very striking. It's very surprising to many people. I myself am not surprised anymore. I certainly was surprised at the beginning of this research journey. And I hope that your audience is interested in this subject too.
yes, they most definitely are. Myself included. One of the reasons why we consider the question of Stalin's legacy of such importance today, and even practical importance, is that, currently there's been a revival within the. I don't have to get into any politics, but there's currently been somewhat of a revival of the Communist Party in the United States. So now we're trying to grapple with the questions of the 20th century, which the Communist Party is struggling with now. The Soviet Union is gone, and now it's grappling and struggling with questions about its own history and the history of the world communist movement at large.
Yes.
And that actually brings me to my first question. I think the beginning of one of the biggest shifts in the history of world communism was Khrushchev's secret speech. And that secret speech had these far-reaching implications where suddenly the communist parties the world over, they underwent several splits. There was a big factor in the Sino-Soviet split. So Khrushchev's secret speech, must have been pretty damning, right? And my question for you is, what are the most illustrative examples of the way in which, in your view, Khrushchev had lied about Stalin and had lied about the history of the Soviet Union? What were these What were the most egregious examples of his lies in your view?
Well, actually, there are a lot of them. Uh, Khrushchev attacked Stalin at the 20th Party Congress in February 1956 when he gave that famous speech. But he continued to do this, and at the 22nd Party Congress, which was in October 1961, not only Khrushchev but others, members of the Central Committee, attacked Stalin very, very sharply. And Stalin's body was removed from the Lenin Stalin mausoleum, for example, as a result of that Congress. And then from 1962 till Khrushchev was deposed in October 1964, Khrushchev sponsored a very large number of books and articles attacking Stalin and the Stalin supporters, particularly during the 1930s, but also during the 1940s. So there was a kind of avalanche of accusations published in the Soviet press, all attacking Stalin. And this continued for some months after Khrushchev was deposed, but it was fairly quickly shut down for a time. After a time, after, I don't know, a year or so. It's hard to pick out any one or two representative accusations, but Khrushchev described almost everything that Stalin did in the most negative terms. And then particularly after 1961, after the 22nd Party Congress, writers, historians, journalists attacked many more things, made many more accusations that Stalin, of crimes that they charged against Stalin. And these are still repeated today. That is to say, mainstream historians, mainstream anti-communist historians, and of course Trotskyist historians, have never admitted that Khrushchev lied. They simply ignore that and continue to repeat the same lies about Stalin as were cooked up during Khrushchev's time. And you're right, this caused a tremendous split in the world communist movement. It had of course, it invigorated and overjoyed the capitalists and imperialists around the world. It gave a big shot in the arm to the Trotskyist movement because, Trotsky had been saying some of the same kinds of things about Stalin that Khrushchev and his followers said. And we can look back now and see it was, perhaps the beginning of the end of the Soviet Union, because it's pretty clear that after Leonid Brezhnev died in 1962, and then you had 1982, and then you had Chernenko and Andropov as leaders of the Communist Party in the Soviet Union, and they didn't really last very long. Once you got to Mikhail Gorbachev, it's obvious that Gorbachev, who was sort of that Khrushchev generation, believed Khrushchev. I'm not saying that Gorbachev and his men were incapable of lying as well, but they believed it. They believed that what Khrushchev said. So the notion that Khrushchev actually could have not only lied like a little bit, but really lied all the time about Stalin, requires a complete revision of the way we look at Soviet history, and as a result, world history, because the 20th century in some ways really was the Soviet century. everything after the Bolshevik Revolution, everything in the world had some sort of relationship or took some sort of position towards the Bolshevik Revolution. It was the major event by far of the 20th century. So Khrushchev's lies are very significant.
What would you say is an example of some of the things Khrushchev had alleged against Stalin?
Sure. Well, I guess people don't read his secret speech very much, but Khrushchev said that Stalin framed, falsely accused, and then had executed leaders of the Bolshevik Party, some prominent members of the Bolshevik Party. The same kind of accusations that Trotsky had made, that he had wrongly killed the military leaders, Marshal Tukhachevsky, and some of the military commanders who were tried and then executed, along with Marshal Tukhachevsky. That he had wrongfully executed many members of the Central Committee, and so forth and so on. I mean, this kind of list of people whom Stalin had wrongly repressed or wrongly had executed and so forth goes on in Khrushchev's speech, and then in the writings that he sponsored. So it's hard to pick out just one, but maybe we can get to some of these other questions that you had.
Sure.
But the fact that Khrushchev's secret speech, which was such an earth-shaking event in 20th century history, is based on lies. That the importance of that fact can't be underestimated. I should say can't be overestimated. Should not be underestimated. It really changes almost everything in the way we look at the history of the 20th century.
Well, for Khrushchev to have lied this egregiously really speaks to some kind of internal conflict or antagonism within the Soviet state.
Yes.
So in your view, why did Khrushchev and the rest effectively usurp the Soviet state and lie so egregiously about Stalin in the way that they did?
Sure.
What interests do you think they represented, and what changes do you think were being planned by Stalin for the Soviet state that maybe would have come at the expense of theirs?
Yes, well, back in 2005, I published a two-part article called Stalin, the Struggle for Democratic Reform. And that was not based really on independent research of mine. It was really a question of making available to an English reading public some research that had been done by a Russian historian and one or two American historians as well. So it seems pretty clear that Stalin wanted to get the party out of the business of directly running the Soviet Union. He wanted to return power to the Soviets. He also wanted to have secret contested elections to the Soviet. Soviet, of course, means council. So these are the legislative bodies in the Soviet constitution of that time. He wanted to have elections that were very, very similar to those in Western capitalist countries, with the exception that he didn't want to have different parties. He wanted to have public organizations nominate candidates, but he didn't want to have different parties run. And if you read the 1936 Constitution, it's pretty clear that that was what he wanted to do. In my two-part article of 2005, Stalin and the Struggle for Democratic Reform, which you can get on my webpage, you can download it. And also in a book that I wrote a few years ago called Yezhov versus Stalin, about the so-called Great Purges or the Great Terror. I set forth the evidence that it appears that the Central Committee of the party, major party leaders around the country, did not want to do that. They didn't want to have these kinds of democratic elections. There were a couple of other things too. There were other sort of reforms that Stalin was proposing, in addition to getting the party out of directly running the country, turning that over to the Soviet government, and having the party concentrate, it seems, on winning people to Marxism-Leninism, winning people to communist ideology. Some other issues were that and this he stated in 1937, and this is actually not secret, it was published at the time. Stalin proposed training courses, training schools in Marxism-Leninism that all party leaders on every level should attend, from the lowest levels of the party all the way up to the provincial oblast levels of central committee members. And he laid it out like in very straightforward language that this is what was going to happen. They're going to have these courses, and these party leaders should nominate people to take their place for a while the party leaders themselves went off and took these courses to improve their understanding of Marxism. But clearly, Stalin was concerned about the question of political illiteracy, if you want to put it that way, among the leaders of the Communist Party. Those schools never happened, and Stalin announced that they were going to happen, but they never did happen. We never heard any more about them after Stalin made that announcement. One thing it would be good to see, if they are ever forthcoming from the former Soviet archives, is what sort of discussions there were. There might have been something that led to the result that these schools did not exist. It never took place. It's logical to think that the party leaders, or many party leaders, would not have wanted to appoint replacements and go off to ideological training. Perhaps they thought that their replacements would stay in place and they would lose their positions, they would lose their power. And maybe even that it may even be the case that that's what Stalin had in mind, but that's not what he said. And this happens at the same time as the history of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union short course is being written, edited, re-edited. Chapters are being sent all over the country for public commentary and suggestions. And this book becomes a kind of primer, kind of a beginning course, if you want, on the history of the Bolshevik Party and also on Marxism-Leninism. So Stalin was very concerned about political literacy, and his efforts did not seem to bear much fruit in the 1930s. When it comes to the late 1940s, Stalin also, is after the war, spurred the creation of a large book on the political economy. Okay, and spent a lot of time and a lot of resources putting this book together. And this was to be a book on political economy, on historical economy as well. And it eventually was published after Stalin's death, and then, of course, altered under Khrushchev and others later on. But he told one of the major collaborators in this work, if we don't have this book in the hands of tens of thousands of people to be studied, there isn't going to be any communism. That is to say, Stalin clearly believed that the level of political literacy among the party, within the Bolshevik Party, and particularly among the leaders of the party, was low. Also, I mean, there are other factors too, but let's just stop there for a time.
I see.
Um,
Yeah,
I
I mean
know
that.
this doesn't seem to fully explain the hostility towards Stalin that emerged after Khrushchev's secret speech, and particularly after the 22nd Party Congress. So there's probably more to it, and there's probably a lot we still don't understand.
It's interesting because it's pretty ironic compared to the traditional kind of depiction of Stalin in the West as this authoritarian, strong man who represented some kind of whimsical, tyrannical power. It seems like Stalin was fighting these mini tyrants at the level of the Soviet bureaucracy, was doing the best he could to defer power back to the Soviet people. So it's a real.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you were going to ask a question, or?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
So the secret speech had really big implications for communist politics in the West.
Yes.
The revelation that they're falsifications, I think, in my view, should have equally sweeping consequences. So, in your perspective, do you think the denunciation of Stalin in international communist politics might have something to do with the decline of communist parties in the West?
Well, certainly, certainly did, but I would have to say it did, and also there was more to it than that. Certainly, it had a tremendously demoralizing effect on communists all over the world and in every communist party. I have seen figures, by bourgeois scholars, but it doesn't mean that they're all wrong, that perhaps a third of all of the communists in the world outside of China and outside of the Soviet bloc in China, quit their communist parties within a couple of years of Khrushchev's secret speech. That was had a tremendously demoralizing effect. It, of course, gave a big shot in the arm to the anti-communists, not only in the West, but inside the Soviet Union too. There were lots of people who had never really been won over to the ideals of socialism and workers' dictatorship and communism, who admired Western capitalism for various reasons: its wealth, its higher standard of living, at least for intellectual elites and others. Its level of consumer goods, which did not exist in the Soviet Union. So sure, it was a major demoralizing factor. And another aspect of that was that the Soviet leadership, at least insofar as we can tell, during Khrushchev's time, but especially after Khrushchev's time, appeared to have believed all of these lies about the Stalin period that came out during Khrushchev's time. So that's one aspect of it. But the other aspect of your question is, does it adequately account for the end of socialism, the downfall of the Soviet Union? And I don't think it adequately accounts for that. I think that we have to keep in mind that Khrushchev himself came from somewhere. Khrushchev was a major party leader, and after 1938, a member of the Politburo during Stalin's time. And the audience in 1956 at 20th Party Congress that heard Khrushchev's speech must have known, many or most of those delegates must have known that much of what Khrushchev said was false, because they had lived through that period. But they didn't say anything, or they didn't say much. So we really don't know. Of course, it's far too late to go back and ask those delegates. They're all dead. that wasn't done. And there has been relatively little attempt on the part of Russian historians, let's say, to go and investigate the personal papers, the archives of those people who were around at that time. There's a little bit here and there, but not really very much. So I think we still have to discover important causes of the decline of socialism in the Soviet Union and its ultimate collapse. And Khrushchev was a cause, but he was also a symptom of some deeper processes that were at work.
So, speaking of the Soviet archives, since you mentioned them, they've also played a big source of attempts to discredit the Soviet state during the Stalin era and Stalin himself. Do you think that there's the common ways in which the archival evidence has been distorted? Is there?
Well, attacks against Stalin tend to focus on a small number of alleged crimes. It's true that if you read, a large number of scholarly studies of the Soviet Union during the Stalin period, you could come up with a large number of alleged crimes. But most communist or Trotskyist criticism of Stalin focuses on a small number of pretty well-known allegations and crimes. In my experience doing research in the Soviet Union during the Stalin period, I have found that the archival evidence tends to disprove the accusations made against Stalin. As a secondary but not unimportant issue, fake documents have also been smuggled into some Soviet archives in order to provide evidence, or to appear to provide evidence to support some of the allegations of crimes against Stalin. I think that's a secondary issue, but it's not unimportant because it has big ramifications in certain issues, like, for example, the Katyn Massacre. But I'd say the invigorating, the inspiring thing about the documents from the former Soviet archives is they tend to give a very different portrayal of Stalin and of the Soviet Union during the 1930s than the anti-communists and Khrushchev, Trotskyists portrayed.
Yes, speaking of Katyn, the Katyn Massacre is widely used as an example to demonstrate, the criminality of the Soviet state.
Yes.
What are some of the reasons why the narrative of Soviet responsibility gained widespread traction? And in your view, what is the veracity of the claim of Soviet responsibility?
Right. Well, I've written 2 books on the Katyn Massacre, a shorter book first and a longer study second, in which I looked at all the evidence. I mean, people talk about the Katyn Massacre at least 99 times out of 100. They have not looked at the evidence. That's in part because it's not all that easy to get. It's in part because there are large volumes of documents which purport to be evidence, which claim to be evidence. The Polish government throws all kinds of documents, volumes at you. You talk about Katyn, but actually almost none of those documents bear directly on the question of who shot the Poles, right? all kinds of contextual and background information about all kinds of things. But so years ago, I realized that sooner or later I was going to have to come to grips with the Katyn issue, and because it is the best documented crime of Stalin. Okay, there are lots of other alleged crimes of Stalin, but this is the best one that's best documented. And it originated with the Nazis, and the Nazis collaborated with the Polish government in exile in England, probably behind Churchill's back, but that's not all that important. If it had just been the Nazis who issued the report claiming that the Soviets had killed all these Polish officers, I doubt many people would have accepted it. But the Polish government in exile sent some people at the Nazis' invitation, the Germans' invitation, to go there and to prowl around and look at the stuff, look at the evidence, look at the bodies, as though looking at a body can really tell you anything, and agreed with the Germans. They said, oh yes, we hate the Germans, you know, they're ravaging Poland and killing lots of Poles, but they're right about this. They're right about this. Well, of course, the Polish government in exile and the Nazis had a common enemy, and that was the Soviet Union. It's not too surprising that they joined forces here. But I think, and then of course, after the Cold War began, then the United States and the other so-called allies flipped from accepting the Soviet version to now accepting the Nazi version, but they don't call it the Nazi version, they call it the Polish government in exile version. And it's clear, it became clear to me from studying this and from going back to the primary sources, which very few people have done. It's clear that the Gorbachev and the Gorbachev leadership of the Soviet Union in the 1980s accepted Soviet guilt. They believed that Stalin and Beria, the others, had the Poles shot. So when they told the Poles, that the Polish government, that yes, Stalin had all these people shot, all these prisoners of war shot, I'm convinced they believed it. There's some evidence that suggests very strongly that they believed it themselves. But of course, the Katyn is a bonanza for anti-communist, anti-Stalinist, anti-Soviets, a bonanza for Gorbachev. It continues to be, and to such an extent that it is literally taboo. It is literally forbidden in the mainstream scholarship to question Soviet guilt at Katyn, regardless of the evidence. And I've had some personal experience with that after having written my book. So it's been very successful. The story of the false story of Soviet guilt at Katyn has played an important role in, let's say, depicting the Stalin regime as similar in essence, if not in quantity, to the Nazi mass murders. And that's kind of the way in which it's employed in the effort to equate or to almost equate communism with Nazism, the Soviet Union with Nazi Germany, and Stalin with Hitler. That's the overarching term that's invented and employed to do that is totalitarianism. So, you know, the totalitarians are allegedly the Nazis and the communists, you know, Stalin and Hitler. That's a major thrust of Western and Trotskyist, anti-communist and Trotskyist propaganda against Stalin and the Soviet Union. But they believe it too. I mean, it's not like they know it isn't true, but they say it anyway. There's lots of that going on, but not about Katyn. They believe it.
And of course, not to dwell too much, but there's also supposed archival evidence to support, they allege, the Captain Massacre.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's a really interesting story, and I don't want to go on about it too long. But um, Gorbachev allegedly in 1991, just before the end of the Soviet Union, handed over to Boris Yeltsin, who was to become the first president of Russia, a packet of documents called in English closed packet number one, um, from the Politburo archives, supposedly, that contained the orders and the various evidence that the Soviets were guilty at Katyn. Well, and then Yeltsin, a year or so later, handed this off to Lech Walesa, who was the president of Poland, and this stuff was all published. Well, in the year, I mean, not everybody accepted this, not everybody believed it, but I would say most people believed it. I had no reason not to believe it, but some things about it didn't seem quite kosher. Nevertheless, in 2010, a member of the Russian Duma, Duma is the parliament or the House of Representatives, if you want, right, of the Russian government. A member of the Russian Duma named Viktor Ilyukhin, he was a member of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation, which is a very large party in Russia, presented to the Duma publicly draft forgery documents that he said that he had received from a man who had been hired to forge these documents that Gorbachev gave to Yeltsin and Yeltsin gave to Walesa, that were published to prove Soviet guilt. And that's pretty important stuff. And so important that it was completely hushed up. I have never found a single article in Western newspapers, for example, that even mentions it. And as far as I know, in my study of the Katyn issue, only one Russian newspaper, outside of the Communist Party newspaper, of course, but only one Russian newspaper mentioned it. That is general purpose, general news source. It was almost completely hushed up. Fortunately, we have the internet, and it was publicized on the internet. So that's pretty important, and I think it's just as important to recognize that it's been suppressed. That even people who claim to know about the Katyn issue very often have not, are unaware, or have not studied this material. So that was an example of smuggling phony documents into the archives. There are some web pages which describe all of this. I listed them in my book.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, additionally, and related, the Molotov Ribbentrop Pact is also an example that they use to demonstrate, Soviet criminal intent.
Sure.
And additionally, the accusation is made on top of that as a consequence of that pact, that Stalin had turned over German communists back to the Nazis. So what is the basis of allegations like these? And what's the...
Well, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact is an interesting issue. I wrote an article which I've just put on my webpage about, I think that was also in 2009 or 2010, and it's still there. But there are a few mainstream Soviet scholars who write good stuff about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, about the Soviet effort to forge collective security with France and Great Britain, and the fact that France and Great Britain refused to do that, refused to join with the Soviets in any kind of treaty to keep Hitler at bay. So it's not quite like the Katyn Massacre, for example. I mean, no mainstream scholar of the Soviet Union, no matter how liberal or how much on the margins of respectability they may be, are going to say, are going to admit that there's doubt that the Soviets were guilty at Katyn, even though they weren't, but because that puts you beyond the pale. You know, nobody will speak to you, nobody will invite you to conferences and publish your papers and stuff. But when it comes to the Molotov Ribbentrop Pact, there are a couple of scholars who have written good stuff on it, and they have not been confined to the outer, you know, the ninth circle of hell. They haven't been drummed out of the profession for that. It's very clear. The evidence is very, very clear. One of those authors is Jeffrey Roberts, formerly professor in Ireland of Soviet history. Now I think he's retired. Another is Michael J. Carley. He was at the University of Montreal, Canada. And there are some Russian scholars too. So I think that is not that Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact has gotten some good reliable scholarship to expose how important it was. By the way, in December 2020, might have been 2019. December 2019, Vladimir Putin, president of Russia, gave a talk about the Soviet Union and the beginnings of World War II. It was spurred on by the fact that the Soviet Union had not been invited to a commemoration, some sort of commemorative ceremony in Poland. Russia had not been invited. And the Polish nationalist right-wing version is, we were never liberated, you know, the Soviets, you can't say the Soviets liberated Poland. Well, of course, that's ridiculous. The Polish Jewish organizations say that's wrong. Polish Jews were absolutely liberated from Hitler by the Red Army, but the Polish government won't say that because they're so anti-communist. Communists can't liberate people, only capitalists can liberate people. So so the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was essential and necessary, and Putin gave a very good speech, a very accurate speech in December 2019, where he cited, obviously he hadn't done the research, he'd had historians do the research, he cited all of the documents. You have to ignore these documents in order to think that the Soviets did anything wrong at all in signing the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. And by the way, just to finish up on the pact, the official version of history is the Soviet Union invaded Poland on September the 17th, 1939, in some sort of concert with the Germans who had invaded on September the 1st. But that's not true. I have an article on my webpage, one I referred to before, which is titled something like, did the Soviet Union invade Poland in 1939? The answer is no, they didn't. The Polish government fled the country without appointing a government in exile. And under international law, this means that the Polish state has ceased to exist. In addition, the area of Poland that the Soviet Union occupied and kept, that is Western Belarus and Western Ukraine, had been taken by Poland from Soviet Russia in 1921, taken by military action and been conquered. And the Polish government had terribly mistreated the Ukrainian, Belarusian, Jewish populations of these areas, and after the war, the Polish nationalists had an underground terrorist campaign to try to get these territories back for Poland, which of course was unsuccessful. And the contemporary Polish government has given up, no longer claims these territories as part of Poland. So it's a tacit agreement that these territories were never part of Poland. I mean, there's a right-wing Polish movement saying, oh, we should take it back. Poland should have the same borders that it had in the 18th century. We should have a port on the Black Sea, stuff like this. But those are the right-wing lunatics. So it's recognized that these were not legitimately parts of Poland. And in fact, during the Cold War in the 1950s, an American scholar of legal history, published a couple of articles in which he concluded that the Soviet Union had every right to take back those territories. And that's pretty remarkable, because this was at the depths of the Cold War, in the mid-1950s, and yet an American scholar pointed that out. So that's the story of the Molotov Ribbentrop Pact, which of course is too valuable for the anti-communists to drop, because it appears to be, or they can make it appear to be, some sort of concerted action by Hitler and Stalin, by Nazi Germany, the communist Soviet Union. It helps them equate communism with Nazism, Hitler with Stalin, and so forth.
Yeah, I mean, not to pivot too hard to a completely new question, but
Sure.
it's also alleged, not just in terms of the actions of the Soviet state, but persons that fell out of favor after the death of Stalin under Khrushchev, right? People like Lavrenti Beria, who now are known for, in the West, having committed these egregious crimes of person, right, within their capacity as an individual. What do you think about the veracity of these various claims made about Beria, that he was?
Well, I've never written a book about Beria, but people keep asking about Beria. Beria is slandered even more than Stalin. He's the most slandered major figure in Soviet history, let's say, among the communist leaders. And this starts when he's deposed in June 26, 1953. When Stalin died on March 5th, 1953, the former members of the old Politburo, the 5 or 6 guys, Khrushchev, Malenkov, Molotov, Kaganovich, Beria, Voroshilov, all got together, and they did a number of things. First of all, they divided up the government posts amongst themselves. To some extent, that had already been done, but they gave Beria the joint ministries of State Security and Internal Affairs. So that's like the MVD and the MGB. The former NKVD had become the MGB, and the former NKGB, that is the State Security, had become the NGB. So this is the group, and it included Khrushchev, that gave Beria this extremely powerful post to head both of these organizations. So, you could interpret that in various ways, but certainly they wouldn't have done that if they didn't trust him in some sense. And yet in a couple of months, they not only got rid of him, probably killed him, although they say they didn't kill him, but they probably killed him there on June 26, 1953, because he was never seen again. But they called a Central Committee meeting July, like right away. And the whole Central Committee meeting, whose proceedings have been published, was devoted to simply attacking in the most personal, vile, insulting ways Beria. Lots of people did it. Beria wasn't called forth to meet any of these accusations. And then that was the whole Central Committee meeting. So that was one mystery, if you like. And they accused him of all kinds of things which can't possibly be true. And there has never really been any evidence that any of them are true. But even before that, the fact that these 5 or 6 or 7 individuals, I forget the exact number, got together around Stalin's deathbed and divided up these positions was an abrogation, an ignoring of the party decisions that had been made in October 1952 at the 19th Party Congress. The 19th Party Congress had done away with the Politburo and instituted a much larger group called the Presidium that had over 30 members. And as far as we know, this group that met around Stalin's deathbed divided up these posts among themselves, never called that Presidium again. And also in other ways, the decisions made at the October 1952 19th Party Congress of the Soviet Union were simply ignored. All right, they were just not spoken of. Within a few months, nobody talked about it anymore. They never appeared in the press anymore. The 19th Party Congress of October 1952 was basically organized around Stalin's last work, which is called Economic Problems of Socialism in the Soviet Union. It's a pretty well-known work. And that was like the theme of the whole 19th Party Congress. Within a couple of months of Stalin's death, you couldn't find that book in the Soviet Union anyway. Nobody ever talked about it again. So it was like you might even call it a coup d'etat by these people. They just ignored the 19th Party Congress. So something serious and significant was going on here. And I mentioned this a little bit in my old article in 2005 of Stalin and the struggle for democratic reform. But that's a very significant issue. And of course, they accused Beria of all kinds of terrible crimes, and if he'd been guilty of these crimes, why the hell did they appoint him to this very powerful post just 3 months earlier? Beria also evidently instituted a number of reforms, which I also write about. That's widely recognized. So, precisely why Beria was removed from office and killed and accused of a large number of crimes and all kinds of moral turpitude has never been clear. Has never been clear. In the 1990s, right around the year 2000, let's say, there were a whole bunch of books published about Beria. I tried to read them all in Russian. They're very interesting. But they're all basically are trying to answer this question: what the hell was going on? Why was Beria treated this way? And by the way, it wasn't just Beria. His family was hounded. His son had earned a PhD, and the PhD was taken away from him. He had to go back to college after some years and earn another PhD. I mean, it was just horrendous what they did to Beria. This is Khrushchev, what they did to Beria's family. Horrendous. So, there's certainly something worth looking into there. And as I say, there's good evidence that Beria was not tried and convicted in December 1953, but in fact killed in June 1953.
Hmm.
And that occasioned the creation of a large number of phony documents. I mean, there are interrogations of Beria, statements by Beria made in July and August 1953, which, if he was killed in June, of course, he couldn't have written. So there's a real cover up. And by the way, this, I mean, how many states does this kind of thing occur in? You know, nothing like this ever happened under Stalin. Nothing like this ever occurred during that time. So that's the story with Beria. It's really a terrible story. And it's easy in hindsight to link that up with Khrushchev's secret speech, the attacks on Stalin, and Khrushchev's introduction of more market mechanisms, which just became stronger and stronger over the years and ultimately led to the abolition of socialism altogether.
See, I know we didn't plan for this, so feel free to, if you've got to be somewhere, fine. But what do you think about taking some questions from the super chats from the audience? A few of them. Do you have time for that, or?
I have some time. Go
Okay,
ahead.
yeah. So let me see if we've got any here. Briefly, thank you, Lumpia.
This is great. Clapping,
Appreciate
clapping,
you.
clapping, clapping, clapping.
Continue here.
Based.
Thank you, Talentless.
Based.
Well, it appears if you guys want to send in questions, we can take a few questions from the audience.
Sure. You also have this list of questions you sent me, but I guess we've covered most of these points. Soviet history during the Stalin period, and of course the immediately post-Stalin period immediately after his death, is really fascinating. Right now, my colleague Vladimir Bobrov in Moscow and I are working on the question of the death of Solomon Mikhoels. Do you know who he was? He was a well-known actor and director in the Jewish theater. It was the Yiddish language theater in the Soviet Union. He was given the Stalin Prize in 1946. And then he was killed. His body and the body of a friend of his were found on a street in Minsk on January 13th, 1948. And it appeared that he was killed by a hit and run driver. But the stories began to circulate that he had been killed by the Soviet state. And then the rumor mill started, and the story now has evolved to the point that claims that Stalin had him murdered, although no motive at all has been given. And this is another one of those cases. We're investigating this now. This is another one of those cases where fraudulent documents have been forged to make them look like old documents to support the story that Stalin had Solomon Mikhoels killed. And it's very clear that this is a fraudulent charges and that these documents are fake. But nobody has said that, because in the field of Soviet history, in the mainstream field of Soviet history, Stalin is a bad guy, and you have to say he's a bad guy, and you can't say anything else. So if Stalin is accused of a crime, it's considered bad form. It's considered really illegitimate to say that he didn't commit that crime. That's what I call the anti-Stalin paradigm. I use that phrase, which I invented some years ago. The anti-Stalin paradigm basically says that you have to affirm, if you're going to be a historian in the field of Soviet studies, at least an academic, or mainstream, or respected
How
historian,
many historians do you think
you
have
have
even
to
reviewed the
affirm that
primary
Stalin
documents you have over your
was a
career?
very bad guy and committed all kinds of terrible crimes. And therefore, if he's been accused of a crime, you really shouldn't say that he didn't do it, regardless of the evidence. You just have to move on. And that's what rules the field of Soviet history. And that's why there's so many of these stories are believed, because people believe the legitimated experts in the field. Yes, please, go ahead.
We have a question from Diogenes. Thank you so much, Diogenes. How many historians do you think have reviewed the primary documents that you have in your career?
Well, historians in general like to work from primary documents. What doesn't happen is historians, or rarely happens, is that historians pick an alleged crime by Stalin and investigate that. Okay? In other words, historians write about all kinds of things. But when you pick something like, when you do something like I'm describing, you pick an alleged crime by Stalin, and that's what I've been doing for the last many years, well over 20 years now. You're really being sort of like a detective, okay? So you're trying to solve the crime. I mean, maybe Stalin did it, in which case you look at the evidence and you conclude that he did it. But in every case that I've examined, you look at the evidence and then conclude that Stalin didn't do it. So most historians do not function that way. That is, they don't go out to solve a mystery. For most historians of the Soviet period, the mysteries have been solved. Stalin killed all these people, et cetera, et cetera. They don't really say, why did he do it? They don't really say, well, he was a paranoid, he was crazy. Or he was power hungry and wanted to kill anybody who he thought might threaten his power, or something along those lines. Really juvenile stuff, but this is what passes for thought among historians of the Soviet Union, I'm afraid. And most historians, therefore, don't get into that. They study, some very specific empirical question, what were the economics of the certain region of the country between in a certain time. This kind of stuff, things that are not really controversial at all. And they put it in the context when they write up their books. If they do write a book about it, they put it in this anti-Stalin context. That's the framework in which they put their empirical research. And that's what you're expected to do. But very few historians, I can't think of any right off the top of my head, have done what I did. Well, there are a couple. There are people who research the Katyn massacre, and what they've done is just distort the evidence. Pretty secure in the knowledge that the people who read their books are not going to go out and look at the evidence for themselves. I mean, that's what I did. But so it does happen that people take on some of these very important issues and then try to say, and then basically lie about it. But for the most part, most historians don't do that. So they use the primary sources available to write about much safer topics. And that's the way to make a career, okay, in history. You don't pick big controversial issues and take a controversial stand. You do some primary research about some issue that's not very controversial, and you get it published, and away you go. Not the sort of thing that people like you and I are interested in.
I see. And Solerso, thank you so much for the donation. He's asking, do you plan on writing a book about the Gorbachev era ever?
I haven't gotten there yet, but the Gorbachev era, I mean, I touch on it in lots of places. Gorbachev sponsored an attack on Stalin that outdid Khrushchev's. Gorbachev's men. Of course, Gorbachev was, he's a politician, he's a bureaucrat. He didn't do the research, but he directed it in some sense. Gorbachev, and of course Khrushchev didn't do research either. Gorbachev was convinced clearly by the Khrushchev era publications, which we now know were lies. We know them because I've researched them. But he didn't know they were lies. He believed it. If you were going to make a career in the Communist Party, you had to be a Khrushchevite, of course. So he was a Khrushchevite. He accepted all this stuff. And he sponsored historians, to use the term loosely, lots of writers, military people and historians to write lots of books and articles slamming Stalin, just like Khrushchev had done. And Gorbachev was doing this for a few years longer. He also had all kinds of people rehabilitated who had not been previously rehabilitated. And my colleague Vladimir and I have researched some of this. And it's very clear that I wouldn't say that Gorbachev was lying. Gorbachev lied, but Gorbachev really didn't do all of this. You know, he set people to work doing it, and they lied. They falsified, they fabricated. You mentioned the story of Stalin wrongly executing German communists. I believe that was one of the things you mentioned. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. Well, in in the British journal Historical Materialism, around a year ago, 9 months ago, something like that, an article was published by a guy who turns out to be I believe, a Dutch social democrat, repeating this story that, you know, Stalin was terrible and deported all these German communists, you know, who had trusted him, who had fled Nazism in the Soviet Union, deported them to Hitler. And he himself really didn't know anything, but the people that he quoted some German scholars, and he quoted Margareta Buber-Neumann, who's also German, of course, who claimed that this had happened. And those people quoted some materials produced during Gorbachev's time. Anyway, I wrote a response. I wrote a whole article responding to this because I knew it was false, but I had never really studied it as such. And I wrote this article responding to this article in Historical Materialism. Now, Historical Materialism is a journal that purports to be Marxist, of course. It's published in England, but it's Trotskyist. And so I really didn't think they'd publish my article replying to disproving these charges, and they didn't. They sent me a nasty letter. So I put it on my webpage, and a few left-wing journals online picked it up, and it's been republished. So it's on my webpage. I could do more about it, but here's the story. Nobody has really taken the trouble to research this question. The German communists who were deported to Germany after the Molotov Ribbentrop Pact, as far as I can tell, first of all, were all people who had been convicted of serious crimes in the Soviet Union. So they were no longer communists. Once you're convicted of a serious crime, you know, you're expelled from the Communist Party. The second thing is, in the very few cases where we have any evidence about these people, and I put that in my article, which is on my webpage, anybody can download it. It seems like all the evidence we have was that they were in fact guilty. But nobody has done what really needs to be done, which is to go to Russia and request the investigative files of these men. They were mostly men. That can be done. They have all been rehabilitated they were all rehabilitated under Gorbachev. So those files are, at least in theory, available. And I'm sure that many or most or perhaps even all of them really are available. Now you'd have to go to Russia, you'd have to get a hotel room, and you'd have to spend some time and some effort doing this, you know. But nobody's done that. So the fact is that nobody's really interested in these people. I mean, that's the sad fact. Nobody really cares about them. If they cared about them, they'd have gone there and done this research. But I don't think they do care about them. I think that the story that Stalin deported German communists to Hitler is such a great anti-Stalin and great anti-communist story that, you know, why spoil it? Why look too deep? What you might find out is that he didn't do this. What you might find out is that these people who were deported were in fact guilty of whatever it was they were charged with. And that would ruin the story. So it's much better to just say, well, they were all innocent communists who were idealistically, you know, went to the Soviet Union, and the vicious Stalin gave them to Hitler. Now there's one more thing about this. Back in 2012, I believe, there was an article published. I mean, maybe he's published a book since then, but at least it was an article published by a German social democrat, an anti-communist guy, who took the statement by Margareta Buber-Neumann, that's where all this story of the deported German communists originates, from her book, and did some research. He didn't do the research in the Soviet Union to see if these people were guilty or not. Of course, he doesn't read Russian, or he didn't research them from that end. He researched them from the German end. What happened to these people after they arrived in Germany, once they were deported? Okay. He didn't question that they were all guilty, that Stalin was a bad guy, whatever. He didn't question that. But what happened to these people? And what he found is that they were mostly not persecuted by Hitler at all. Some of them were left completely alone. One or two of them ended up in jail, but according to him, most of them didn't. And that there's no evidence that Stalin did this in order to curry favor with Hitler, which is what Margareta Buber-Neumann said. She said this was Stalin's gift to Hitler. But this anti-communist German social democrat says no. I put that article online, and I have a link to it in my book, the book called Stalin Waiting for the Truth, in which I criticize Stephen Kotkin's volume called Stalin Waiting for Hitler. I just thought it was worthwhile putting that volume online. Of course, Stephen Kotkin, his book, repeats this story of Stalin deporting all the poor German communists to Hitler. The article that I am referring to was published in 2012. Stephen Kotkin could certainly have known about it. He could have used it. Maybe he did know about it. But if he knew about it, he suppressed it, and maybe he just didn't want to look. Again, I tend to think that's probably what happened. I mean, why look too closely into these alleged crimes of Stalin? Because you might find that they're not true, and that's not the job of anti-communist researchers, to find out that allegations against Stalin are not true. Their job is to support those allegations. Okay, I think it's important that we realize, and perhaps I should have said it earlier in this talk, that the field of Soviet history in the West has always been the handmaiden of politics. That is, it's always been basically had the job of finding dirt, any kind of negative stuff about Stalin and the Soviet Union in order to support political anti-communism. So it's not an innocent field. You know, if there's any parallel at all, it would be something like, you know, historians who are supporters of the old Confederacy of the South in the Civil War, going off to write the histories of the Civil War. That certainly happened. And you can imagine they have a tremendous bias when they do that, and they don't come to conclusions that make the Confederacy look bad. Okay, So that's the kind of thing you have in Soviet history. I'm not saying there aren't any honest historians, but they tend to keep their heads down and not buck the trend. The few who have suffered, their careers have suffered for it.
Yeah, so thank you so much, Jay, and thank you so much, MIG. They have pretty similar questions. Jay's asking, what do you think about their allegations regarding collectivization? And MIG is asking, where did the notion that the so-called Holodomor
Yes.
or the Ukrainian famine was a deliberate attempt at genocide?
Yes. Okay. More briefly, the key name here is Mark Tauger, Tauger. He's a professor of history at West Virginia University. He has spent his life researching Russian and Soviet agriculture, including the famines. He's published a lot of very, very important, extremely well-researched works. And I have met him and talked to him extensively. He is not a leftist of any kind. He is extremely objective. He's not a pro-Stalin person, whatever that might mean to you. His work is extremely good. He's the best, I think, in the world. And I have summarized his works in the first two chapters of my book, Blood Lies, and in the first chapter of my book, Stalin Waiting for the Truth. So if you want to get a bibliography of his stuff and sort of a summary discussion of his work, I refer you to those two works. The first two chapters in Blood Lies and the first chapter in Stalin Waiting for the Truth. The Holodomor, the term is actually invented in the early 50s. And it comes from the Ukrainian nationalists who sided with the Nazis. After the late 1920s, the Ukrainian nationalist movement turned towards the fascists. They saw that the fascists were the nationalists who were going to be the most successful in Germany and in Italy. And they turned to, their organizations became fascist. And the Ukrainian nationalists entered the Soviet Union as allies with the German, secondary allies, of course, junior allies with the German forces in 1941. They committed lots and lots of atrocities. They committed genocide against Poles in Ukraine, 1943, 1944. Some of them, quite a few of them, stayed behind after the end of World War II and carried on a very vicious terrorist war in Ukraine against Soviet forces, killed lots of civilians, Soviet soldiers. But many more of them fled to the West, where they were pampered and coddled and promoted by the Germans, the Canadians, especially the Canadians, and also by the United States CIA. So you had real big-time war criminals, Ukrainian nationalist war criminals living at government expense, some of them, at least the top ones, at government expense, and all admitted to the countries in at least Germany, Canada, and the United States. Apparently some in Australia as well. So around the early 50s, one of them invented this term, the Holodomor, and it's meant to sound like Holocaust. Okay, there's that holo, the first two syllables, Holocaust, Holodomor, even though the words don't mean the same thing, they sound similar, because the Ukrainian nationalist, fascist Ukrainian nationalist, anti-communist line was, hey, the Soviets killed 10 million Ukrainians or 6 or 7 million Ukrainians, but nobody's paying attention to that. They're only paying attention to the 6 million Jews who were killed. One of these groups of Ukrainian fascist emigres in Australia in the 1980s actually published a book called Why is One Holocaust Worth More Than Another? By which they meant, the Jews have convinced everybody that that Germany should feel bad about the Holocaust, should feel guilty, but nobody is making the Soviets feel guilty that they committed a Holocaust against the Ukrainians. Well, that's where the term originates. And after 1991, when Ukraine becomes a separate country, these people, these war criminals and their younger cohorts by this time, who had fought on the side of the Nazis and who had celebrated their Nazi collaborators as heroes, nationalist heroes, they flooded back into Ukraine, and they came to dominate in educational and cultural and historical fields. So that in Ukraine, monuments to these Nazi mass murderers start being built, streets start being named after them, parks start being, dedicated in their honor, the history books start being rewritten, and the myth of the Holodomor becomes required teaching in Ukraine. This becomes a fact. Now, there's no evidence for it. I mean, you read those couple of chapters in my book, Blood Lies, and the one chapter in Stalin Waiting for the Truth, or you go off and read Mark Togler's research, which is largely available online. It may all be available online. If you Google Mark Togler, you'll find it. And I have references in my book too. There has never been any evidence that this Holodomor happened. There certainly was a famine, but it wasn't confined to Ukraine. It was all over important parts of the Soviet Union. Apparently, it was most severe in Kazakhstan, where there weren't any Ukrainians. But the Ukrainian nationalists are not concerned about evidence. So they have a journal called the Journal of Holodomor Studies. There are monuments all over Ukraine. There's a big monument on the land, on the property of the Ukrainian embassy to the United States. They have a big monument to the Holodomor. And it's they would like the Holodomor to become as generally accepted as a Soviet crime as the Katyn Massacre is already generally accepted as a Soviet crime. The difference is that there is this evidence that of the Katyn Massacre. There's the German report that the Nazis put out, and then there are these falsified documents that that were given by Gorbachev to Yeltsin, and that Yeltsin then passed on to the rest of the world. But in the case of the Holodomor, there's no evidence whatsoever. There's a guy named Kulchitsky, who was a Ukrainian historian of this period, this time period, who lived there during Soviet times. I mean, he's still alive as far as I know. Who was very anti-communist and so forth. And in the early 1990s, he wrote a series of articles, including some in English, where he admits that until these Ukrainian nationalists flooded back into the country, he didn't even know there had been a Holodomor. And he was living there all the time, and he was writing history of this. But he says now he accepts that there was a Holodomor and the Soviets were trying to kill all the Ukrainians and so forth. So what's happened is the Ukrainian nationalists have made an end run around the scholarly community. Even the anti-communist scholarly community doesn't accept this. Stephen Katyn doesn't accept it. Really, none of them accept it. None of the anti-communist Soviet scholars accept it. But they don't really. That's too bad. I guess the Ukrainian nationalists must feel that this is too bad, but they are interested in aiming at a wider public. They're interested in getting into the movies, getting into the magazines, getting into the newspapers, getting into the school system, stuff like this. And they can do that by ignoring the fact that the scholars don't believe it. So that's the story about the Holodomor. That's how it was created. There's a reasonably good book written about the history of this concept. Unfortunately, it's in Ukrainian, so it isn't really accessible to
the yeah, I mean it's really all over the media, even though the
Yeah,
scholars
sure.
say
Yeah.
disagree. But we have a question from Voidburn, and he's asking, how did Stalin reconcile Georgian national identity with Russo-Soviet patriotism? Thank you, Voidburn, for that.
Russo Soviet what?
With Russo-Soviet patriotism.
Well, you know, the Soviets had this line. I don't know anything specific about Georgia during this period of time. If you really wanted to study Georgian, you have to learn the Georgian language, which is no mean feat. Um,
I see. Yeah.
Stalin was Georgian by nationality. He, of course, being a communist, was an internationalist ideologically. But in terms of the Soviet Union, of course, the dominant nationality is Russian. So Russian became the, you know, the language of wider communication. Everybody studied Russian in all Soviet schools, right? If you lived in one of the republics or even autonomous areas which were set aside for certain nationalities, you went to school in the language of that nationality. If you lived in Ukraine, you went to school in Ukrainian. If you were a Ukrainian who lived in Russia, however, you went to school in Russian. But everybody learned Russian. The theory under the Soviets was culture should be national in form and socialist in content. Now, you know, that was their goal: nationalist in form and socialist in content. And I think that it's fair to say that the Soviet Union, during the time of its existence, was the most successful multinational state in the face of the world. Maybe since the Roman Empire. I mean, the Roman Empire was a multinational state, and everybody, you know, the upper classes all learned Latin, and there were emperors from all kinds of other parts of the Roman Empire. I mean, the Roman Empire wasn't it was a lot of bad things, perhaps, but the Roman Empire was not racist, and the Soviet Union was very much like that. There's a book which has its problems. I'm not recommending it as such. There's a book, though, that was published about 20 years ago called well, I'll think of it. That's the about multinationalism in the Soviet Union, and recognizing that it was a basically very successful. The problem becomes, it seems to me, is that when you're no longer building socialism, when you're no longer aiming towards communism, who needs internationalism? Okay, if you're no longer really building international proletarian consciousness and you know, have your eye on, so you know, that ideal of world communism, then nationalism starts to take over, starts to predominate, and that's certainly what happened in the last decades of the Soviet Union. I'm not saying that nationalism was ever squelched, was ever completely conquered. There were always probably nationalist, anti-communist nationalist groups clandestinely organizing in various places, no doubt. But once you're not building proletarian internationalism anymore, I think nationalism starts to come to the fore. And it's because of nationalism. Nationalism was the form in which the disintegration of the Soviet Union took place. Okay. By the way, under Stalin, and of course later too, all of the republics, all of the within the Soviet Union had their own communist parties, except Russia. Russia did not have its own communist party. And that would be, that would be an interesting thing to look into, because clearly that had something to do with not wanting the Russian Communist Party to be a sort of a national communist party. This Communist Party of the Soviet Union was the unifying force, you know. And there's some sort of contradiction between having national communist parties and also the Communist Party of the Soviet Union too. I'm not saying that they ever worked out these nationalist problems completely, and clearly they didn't, because when the Soviet Union fell apart, you had all this resurgence of nationalism. By the way, that book is called The Affirmative Action Empire. Okay, not a bad book. It's by a guy named Terry Martin. He makes some, you know, he's an anti-communist, of course, in that field you have to be, but he makes some pretty acute remarks, and that's his view of the Soviet Union. They were really trying very hard to be affirmative action, but there's a contradiction there, right? On the one hand, affirmative action. On the other hand, you call it an empire. An empire suggests domination of one group over others. So, but I think the Soviet Union was the most successful multinational country in the world in its day, certainly, while all of the nationalities and the rest of Europe and all of the other continents are fighting each other to the death. You had a great deal of national harmony within the Soviet Union.
Nuke Nukem, thank you. And he's asking, did Stalin die of natural causes, or do you think there was a possibility of foul play?
Yeah, people talk about that a lot. People ask me about that sometimes. There are a lot of theories. I don't think it's a particularly fruitful way to approach the subject politically. I think the most you could say, according to the evidence that I've looked at, and I haven't done any profound research on this question, is that it seems that Stalin suffered some sort of stroke, perhaps as early as the 1st of March, 1953. And nobody really checked on him, as far as we know, for quite a while. So medical care wasn't gotten for him very promptly. I'm not sure why that might have been. Perhaps he told his guard not to bother him. He kept very strange hours. You know, Stalin worked at night and slept in the daytime. It's this kind of thing. It's not like he had regular hours. But also, Stalin was not in good physical shape. Stalin worked less and less and less after World War II. By 1950 or 51, he was only rarely attending Politburo meetings. I allude to that in my book, Stalin, Khrushchev Lied. We know that a rubber stamp with Stalin's signature was created so that his signature, because he was the head of state, so that his signature could be affixed to documents in his absence by the people, by the officials who met, you know, by the Politburo at least, or by the Council of Ministers, which is the governing body. The journal of the times that he visited, that he was in his office, and who he saw, who came to see him, that journal has been published. It's clear that he was less and less and less active. There are some reports about his speech to the 19th Party Congress in October 1952. That's only 5 months before he died, right? Less than 5 months before he died. And evidently, one of the things he said in his speech on October 16th, 1952 is, "I'm old. I can't read documents anymore. I would like to resign." And there was this great outcry, no, 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 you can't resign. And as he had done, by the way, Stalin had offered to resign 5 or 6 times before that. And each time he acquiesced to the party leaders saying that he mustn't do that. But he was clearly in bad physical shape. I don't think it's necessary to think that he was put to death, murdered in any way. Perhaps he did not get swift and adequate medical care when he had a stroke. But he did have that stroke, and who's to say he would have recovered, regardless of whatever care he received. So no, I would advise you not to waste your time speculating on that. By the way, one of the things that the rumors that was spread during Khrushchev's time was that Beria had Stalin killed. I don't see that anymore.
Yeah, I recall from Khrushchev's memoirs, he said something like, as soon as Stalin died, Beria like was spitting on him, something like that. So he clearly was trying.
Yes, Khrushchev's memoirs. Khrushchev, as I point out in that book, Khrushchev Lied. The fact that Khrushchev said something happened is not evidence that it happened. I mean,
Yeah.
Contradicted himself all over the place. He said different things to different people at different times. He even said a couple of times, and Amy Knight in her book on Beria mentions this. Khrushchev even let fall a couple of times that they'd killed Beria, although then he retracted it. But I mean, you can't rely on what Khrushchev said. Of course, the West loves to rely on what Khrushchev said because it feeds into the anti-Stalin paradigm. Right. Khrushchev hated Stalin, so he blamed Stalin for lots and lots of stuff in his memoirs.
Yeah.
So they're treated with more. They treat it as more accurate than they.
Yes. Speaking of Khrushchev, we have a question from Lily Goldplank. Thank you. She wants to know. There was an anti-party group that was supposedly trying to outmaneuver Khrushchev. What do you think was the reason for their failure? The anti-party group, so-called.
Well, there's a lot of writing about that. That's pretty well known. That's the old Stalinists. That's Molotov, Kaganovich, and Voroshilov. Molotov, Malakov, Kaganovich, Voroshilov, and Dmitry Shapilov, who was not one of the top party leaders, but who decided that he would join with them. And they got enough votes to kick Khrushchev out of this position in 1957. Oh, they didn't like Khrushchev's policies. I mean, that's an interesting question. So exactly what their motivation was, but they didn't like his policies. So, and they didn't like his attacks on Stalin, which they had to know were phony. If you read the book, which is an abbreviated version of a longer Russian book, but if you read the book called Molotov Remembers, it's in English, you can see that Molotov really did not like Khrushchev. He really hated Khrushchev. So there were strong feelings. And I'm not saying Molotov, but everything Molotov says is correct, but certainly he hated Khrushchev. I think Khrushchev hated him. So there's a lot of animosity. But they had all gone along with killing Beria or covering up Beria's murder or deposing Beria, treating Beria and his family terribly. So they did not have clean hands, these people. However, what Khrushchev did was Khrushchev clearly was well organized. We don't know enough about this. Nobody's investigated this. Maybe it's too late, but something should be done. Clearly, there was some sort of organization among the party first secretaries, that is, the leaders of the party all over the country, major cities, provinces, oblasts, and so forth, republics had party leaders, and they were all in the central committee. There must have been some sort of communication among them, some sort of contact, because Khrushchev was able to call these people up. And then he called up Marshal Zhukov. Marshal Zhukov got the Air Force. Now, Zhukov wasn't an Air Force man, but he had contacts, I guess. And fly these party first secretaries to Moscow for the meeting, so that the anti-party, so-called anti-party group, this is what Khrushchev called them, right? They were really the pro-Stalin or the anti-Khrushchev group, so that those people could be outvoted, and that's what happened. They were all outvoted. And by the way, then there was a central committee, castigating those people, and those proceedings have been published too. That was in February 1957. So the transcript of that central committee has been published too. I don't know if it's in English. It may be in English somewhere. It's in Russian. That's the story with that.
Devin Batchelor, thank you so much. And he wants to know, what is this whole thing about the doctor's plot? Can you comment a little on that?
Yeah, that's post-war stuff. I'm just getting into that. Okay, well, but I discussed this I have a book called Blood Lies. I've referred to it before. It's a critique of this book by Timothy Snyder, who's this full professor at Yale, who's all over the news media these days. But anyway, but Snyder's a horrible liar. And he wrote a book called Bloodlands, Europe Between Hitler and Stalin, back in 2010. And I wrote a book pointing out that everything he says about the Soviet Union and Stalin in that book is a provable lie. So I recommend that book. And in the last chapter, or the second to last chapter, I forget which one, I have a little section on the doctor's plot. So you should read that. There certainly was a conspiracy of doctors, but that was in 1948 when Andrei Zhdanov died. There may have been something going on in 1945 when Alexander Shcherbakov, who was another major party leader, died. It seems like they were given poor medical treatment, perhaps deliberately, although that was never proven. But they admitted, in the case of Zhdanov, the doctors who mistreated him admitted that they had mistreated him, but they said that they had done it by mistake. So then there's the arrest of a bunch of doctors in 1951 and 52, and their imprisonment, interrogation. I have not thoroughly investigated that. One of the first things Beria did after Stalin's death was to have them all released. And he blamed it all on he blamed this on one of the higher level members of the MGB, the state security, a guy named Ryumin. He said that Ryumin was responsible. Ryumin had done this. He also blamed it to some extent on Ignatiev, who had been the head of the MVD before Beria. But in any case, Beria had them all released. Svitlana Alliluyeva, Stalin's daughter, who's wrote several books of memoirs, not necessarily all that reliable because it was many years later, but somewhere in there she says that the maid in her father's house, at Stalin's house, told her, Svitlana, that Stalin had said to the maid that he didn't believe those charges against the doctors. He didn't believe them. So, I don't know, why would Svitlana write that if the maid hadn't told her that? I mean, she was a pretty naive person, it seems, judging from those documents. So, it seems like Stalin didn't have much to do with it. One more point. Again, I haven't made a special study of this, but you run across things. The editorials in Pravda, the editorials in the newspapers, the articles in the newspapers criticizing and attacking the doctors for plotting to harm Soviet leaders stopped on March the 1st. And the Medvedev brothers, Zhorez and Roy Medvedev, who had become anti-Stalin intellectuals and have written a bunch of books about this period, say in one of those books, or they hypothesize in one of those books, that the only person powerful enough to stop those editorials, on a dime, sort of like give the order, no more of this, was Stalin. So it appeared to them, and they were very anti-Stalin people, it appears to them that Stalin probably gave the order, he was the head of state, to the newspapers to stop publishing these articles about the doctors. But they were arrested. They may have been mistreated. I haven't studied that. They were accused of plotting against the Soviet leaders. That happened. But as I say, Beria blamed Ryumin, and Ryumin was eventually tried and executed. I don't know exactly what the charges against him were because I haven't looked into it. But that's the story. That's as much as I know about the doctor's plot. But when it comes to Sherbakov's death in 1945 and Andrei Zhdanov's death in 1948, that's a different story. Alexander Sherbakov had a heart attack. And May the 9th, which was Victory Day, he asked his doctors if he could get out of bed and go into the city, go into Moscow, to be present when the Soviet people were celebrating the victory over the Nazis. And according to his biographer, the doctors did not stop him. They did not object. And of course, he did that. He felt weak. He was driven back to his house and he died. It's perfectly well known that if you have a heart attack, absolute bed rest is imperative. Okay, you can't be moving around. The same thing happened with Zhdanov. He was told by his doctors that it's okay for him to go out and walk around the garden, so to speak. And he had another heart attack, a third heart attack, and died. And the doctors strongly suspected, I should say the MVD strongly suspected that they had done this deliberately. Now, it's a little bit longer story, which I won't go into, but after they were cleared, they admitted that they had mistreated him. They had given him poor treatment. But they said it wasn't a conspiracy, it was a mistake. And they weren't punished for it. I mean, if it had been the United States, right, they'd have been sued, right? The family would have sued them. And who knows what would have happened. Maybe they'd have lost their medical licenses, but none of that happened. But they said, I mean, I have it in my book. They quoted it. They had agreed that they had mistreated him. They just said it wasn't with malice or forethought. They weren't trying to kill off the Soviet leaders. But who knows, Who knows?
Yeah. It's interesting. Thank you, Black Lenin. He wants to know that allegedly there's these stains of blood on Tukhachevsky's confession paper. Can you comment on?
Run right out and buy our book. We have a book called Trotsky and the Military Conspiracy, which came out in 2020. Go get that book and you'll read all about Tukhachevsky, and you'll read all about, there's a whole chapter on the alleged bloodstains.
Oh, okay? Wow. Where can people...
I don't want to give it away. I don't want to...
Where can people...
Go get the book. If you don't want to buy the book, then steal it or order it for your local library and borrow it, whatever. But there's a whole chapter on that. I mean, there's a whole chapter on that. There's more here than appears to be. Okay.
Where can people find that book to
Okay,
purchase?
well, you can go to Amazon.com, of course.
Okay.
You can write me. You can go to the publisher's webpage, Erythros Press. That's www.erythros.com.
And another one I recommend to you guys is obviously Khrushchev Lied, right? That's
Sure. You can go to Erythros Press for all except 2 of my books, and those 2 have been published, or maybe 4. But anyway, those have been published by Red Star Publishers. But,
excellent.
But you can buy them all on Amazon. I mean, I don't.
That's good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
buy the book. Buy it from my publisher, or buy it from me.
Yeah, I was just asking because Amazon, sometimes they censor.
No, they don't censor this. But Amazon,
That's good.
Amazon. I'm just talking from my publisher's viewpoint. He's a small left-wing publisher. Amazon takes $6 every time you sell a book through Amazon. They take $6, and if you buy it from the publisher, Erythros Press and Media LLC, www.erythros.com. Then my publisher gets the $6, and he's a small publisher. He could use it. But I got a whole chapter on that.
Yeah, that's good to know. And then Lysenko Medical School with the 5. Thank you for the 5. He's asking, how do I respond to anti-communist Armenians who blame Stalin for giving Armenian territory to Azerbaijan?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I really don't know. I mean, the basic problem here is the Armenians and the Azerbaijan. The Armenian, you asked about the Georgians before. The Armenians and the Azerbaijanis have been the nationalists.
Yeah,
have been at each other's throats for a very long time. The same thing is true with Georgia. Georgia was always a problem before the Russian Revolution. The Caucasus is this area that has a lot of very small national groups. Georgians are by far the largest, so that within that limited area of the Caucasus, the Georgians have always been trying to dominate the other national groups, which are much smaller. And even after the end of the Soviet Union, the state of Georgia, which includes a lot of these little national groups, right? I mean, they can't all have separate countries. They're just too damn small. The state of Georgia wanted to make Georgian, the national language of Georgia. Okay. Now, of course, under the Soviet Union, it was Russia, right? Everybody spoke Russian. You spoke your own little language, whatever the hell it was, small Caucasian language that was spoken by very few people. And then you spoke Russian. So you didn't have to learn Georgian. Everybody spoke in Russian. So Georgian nationalists wanted all of these people to study Georgian. Well, they didn't want to study Georgian. They already knew Russian. And if they wanted to study a foreign language, it's probably English, right? I mean, yeah. why do we want to learn Georgian, which is a horrendously difficult language, like all of those languages apparently are. So that there's been a problem with Georgian nationalism for a very long time. And there was a problem during the Soviet period with Georgian nationalism. And my guess is there was a problem with Azerbaijani and, or they say Azeri and Armenian nationalism too. That's my guess, but I have not done any great study. I mean, let's remember the whole idea here is internationalism, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We want to promote internationalism, not national rivalry. Okay. But any more than that, I don't know any more than that.
So I think this is the last one.
Sure.
And it's from Atari. Thank you, Atari. I think this is probably also going to be found in that book you recommended, but they're asking, to what degree did the internal opposition, Trotsky, Zinoviev, collaborate with the external forces? And are there any ulterior motives for the opposition other than ideology?
Well, I have a book. I have 4 books on Trotsky. Okay, you can look them up. They're all on Amazon. They're all published by Erythros.com. They're all mentioned on my homepage, which anybody can find by typing my name into Google. And I go into the evidence that we have. Also, this book on the Tukhachevsky affair, which I call Trotsky and the Military, or we call, I have some co-authors there, Trotsky and the Military Conspiracy. There's a lot about Trotsky there. But I also have a book called The Moscow Trials as Evidence. So the Moscow Trials as Evidence goes into the evidence that, ask the question, what evidence do we have about the Moscow trials other than the transcripts in the Moscow trials themselves? It's universally taken for granted that all these people were framed and were innocent, but there has never been any evidence that they were innocent. And it turns out, if you look at my book, The Moscow Trials as Evidence, that there's lots of evidence that they were guilty, even non-Soviet evidence. Okay, evidence from outside the Soviet Union. They can't possibly have been framed, but there's so much evidence now from the former Soviet archives that's been published, where suspects name others, they describe the conspiracies and so forth and so on. And this can be in many cases, not at all, can be corroborated by other Soviet evidence and even by non-Soviet evidence, that there simply can't be any doubt that these people were guilty. And so the claim that they were all innocent, of course, this comes from Khrushchev, the Khrushchev period, and then later on, those who were not declared innocent in the Khrushchev period, and many were proclaimed innocent in the Gorbachev period. It's important to recognize that even Western anti-communist scholars have recognized that rehabilitation in the Soviet Union did not mean you were innocent. It just meant that it was considered politically useful for some reason or other to declare a person rehabilitated. And so all of these people were rehabilitated, but it didn't mean that they were innocent. And in fact, we know that all of the evidence we have indicates that they were not. So if you take a look at that book of Trotsky and the Military Conspiracy, you'll see lots of stuff about Trotsky, but there's also stuff about some of the other conspirators. And then my book, The Moscow Trials as Evidence, and my other 3 books on Trotsky give lots and lots of evidence from the former Soviet archives. These people were all guilty. In fact, they were guilty. They had committed crimes that they did not even admit to. And let me just say my one last point about this. One of the best known, most famous of the defendants was a guy named Nikolai Bukharin. He was one of the major defendants in the 1938 Moscow trial. Now, Bukharin, if you ever read the transcript, now how many people read the transcript? It's an 800-page long transcript. I guess as very few people read it. I mean, I studied it. I think almost nobody does that. They have opinions about the Moscow trials. They don't study the transcripts. And that's just where to begin, of course. Bukharin spent by far most, 75% of his time on the witness stand in that trial, denying accusations that the prosecutor, Andrei Vyshinsky, made against him, denying crimes that Vyshinsky was accusing him of. That was most of his testimony. Now, in the other part of his testimony, Bukharin did admit to very serious crimes. He did not say, "Oh, I'm completely innocent." He said, "No, I'm guilty of some very serious crimes, but I'm not guilty of that particular crime, or that particular crime, or that particular crime." And he was very vehement. Now, listen, if there had been any kind of threats against his family, "Oh, you better confess or we'll harm your family," or any kinds of threats of torture, "If you don't confess, we're going to torture you," why would he have done that? In 1992, the Bukharin's the appeals of their death sentences by Bukharin and a number of the other defendants who were convicted in the 3 Moscow trials. Now, those were published. Bukharin actually wrote 2 appeals where he tries to talk the judges into letting him live, and how useful he can be to the Soviet Union, et cetera, if they let him live. But he says in that appeal, this is an appeal of his death sentence. He says, "For my crimes, I should be shot 10 times over." Well, you put that together with all the other evidence we have, how can you say that this guy was innocent? I don't think he was innocent. We know that he did not confess everything. There's this famous letter that he wrote to Stalin, December the 10th, 1937, when he was still in prison. It was before the trial. The trial was in March 1938. And this was published. This is widely circulated. He wrote this letter to Stalin. And what he says in this letter to Stalin, now he'd already admitted that he was guilty, but in this letter to Stalin, he says he wasn't guilty. He's not guilty. He says, "I've come clean. Well, he doesn't quite say that. He says, "I've come clean. I've admitted everything." So he doesn't actually retract the confessions that he had made earlier. And we have those documents now too. But, he tries to cozy up to Stalin in various ways. They had been friends. And he said, "Of course, I've always been a supporter of yours. I never would do anything. I'd never plot against you. I'd never do anything to harm you. We were so close." Well, that's what Bukharin is saying in December the 10th, 1937. In 1971, the memoirs of a man named Jules Humbert Droz, who was a member of the Comintern from Switzerland. He was a Swiss communist. He was a member of the Comintern from Switzerland back in the 1920s and 30s. He was a very close friend of Bukharin. He published these very voluminous, like 800 pages or 700-page long memoirs. And he was living in Switzerland. He'd been living in Switzerland for many years. So the Soviets weren't making him write this. And he says in that book, I met Bukharin. It's not quite clear whether it was in 1927 or 28. And Bukharin said that he and his followers were planning to kill Stalin. Now, this is before collectivization, before any of the stuff starts to happen, before the 5-year plans. This is very early. And Humbert Droz says, "Well, I told Bukharin, that's bad. That's terrorism. I don't agree with that. You have to defeat him politically. Assassination is not the way to go. And this was the last time I ever spoke to Bukharin." So he says. Now, that passage from those memoirs is usually ignored. But why would Humbert Droz, who hated Stalin, by the way, why would Humbert Droz say this about Bukharin? How would he lie about it? Why would he fabricate that? It's just a couple of paragraphs in this 700-page memoir. So I think it's true. Bukharin was a real snake. He pretended to be for Stalin. He pretended to be his friend. He would go to Stalin's for dinner and stuff like this. They would call each other by their first names. And he was plotting to kill him very early in the game, back in the 1920s. And he didn't confess that. He never confessed to that. So, was Bukharin guilty? There's lots of evidence that Bukharin was guilty. He was guilty of things he didn't confess to. I think that there's plenty of evidence to show that these people were guilty. But of course, that's taboo, right? In the field of Soviet history, you can't say that. These people are all framed. You have to agree to that. That's the anti-Stalin paradigm. So that's what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with capitalist historians who lie about the history of the Soviet Union. And that's what I've been working on. I started with Khrushchev, discovered that he lied, and then I've just taken up and gradually researching all of these accusations against Stalin and finding out that to this point, I haven't found a single one of them that's true.
Yeah. Wow. I know.
That's
I
why
know
you
it's.
that's why you interviewed me, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I know I said that that was the last one. There is one more. It's up to you if you
Sure.
want to take it or not.
Go ahead.
It's from Chris Moore. I think it's about Stephen Kotkin. He's just pretty much asking. You think he's like the new Robert Conquest in academia? And right now, who do you think takes the cake in terms of academics and lies about the Soviet Union?
Well, okay. Okay, so Stephen Kotkin's at Princeton, full professor at Princeton. He's a fellow of the Hoover Institution. Hoover Institution, of course, is the largest and best funded anti-communist research institution in the world. And he's been studying the Stalin era his whole professional life since he was a graduate student. So he's got this project of writing a 3-volume biography of Stalin, of which the first 2 volumes have been published. He recently said that the next volume may be published in 2024. And that'd be the end. So volume 1 has its problems, but it has its good points. I mean, he's very anti-communist, but volume 1 of his biography of Stalin only goes up to 1929. So how much the horrible crimes that Stalin is accused of all start with the 1930s, right? Not with the 1920s. So he has some nasty things to say about Stalin, but on the whole, there's a lot of factual material there too. I'm not that other people don't have it as well, but volume 2 is 1929 to 1941, and this is a real atrocity. I wrote a book called Stalin Waiting for the Truth, and that's a kind of making fun of or parodying the title of Kotkin's second volume, which is Stalin Waiting for Hitler, 1929 to 1941. And in that book, which I recommend to you, I take every single allegation of crime or misdeed by Stalin and subject it to a look at the evidence that Kotkin cites. When he cites evidence, sometimes he doesn't bother to cite anything, but usually he cites something, and look at all of that. And then, of course, there's lots of stuff that he doesn't cite. There's lots of other evidence. And I show that Kotkin cannot come up with a single crime or misdeed that Stalin committed. Not one. Every single one that he cites is unsupported by evidence. So there we are. But of course, the book has gotten great, so I recommend my book to you. But the book has gotten rave reviews, of course, because who's going to read this thing? It's 1,100 pages long. It's got 5,295 footnotes. Who's going to read the book and then turn around and check the footnotes to see and then go read the stuff in the footnotes to see if the footnotes actually support the statements that Kotkin made? Well, I did that. Not all 5,000, just the ones where he was documenting, where he pretended to document misstatements by Stalin. It's still an awful lot, okay? And of course, many, or most of these footnotes are to Russian sources. You have to be able to read Russian, you have to have access to them. I did all of that. So I can tell you, Kotkin lied. It's just an atrocious piece of work. But of course, it won prizes and made him famous because, hey, it shows what a bastard Stalin was, right? That was the whole point. And it's got 5,000 footnotes. So who's going to question this? But if you want to know what I think it proves that none of these anti-communist scholars actually has any evidence that Stalin committed any crime. Because if they did, Kotkin would have snuffed it out. He would have found it. And he would have put it in that book, along with all the other lies, along with all the lies. I'm not saying he'd have left the lies out, but he would have put in 1 or 2 true statements, true accusations too, right? If he'd found any real crimes, he'd put that in there too. And by the way, that's true about Khrushchev's speech. When I discovered years ago now, did that research and discovered that everything Khrushchev said in that speech is a lie. That implies at least this, that he wasn't able to find any real crimes that Stalin committed, or he would have included those, right? He may, oh yeah, we'll throw, we'll throw in some lies, but we'll put in the true stuff too. But he didn't do that, and Katyn doesn't do it either. He can't find any true lies, any true crimes that Stalin committed. So it's all false, and I prove that in my book, because nobody's going to believe that. Furr says Stephen Katyn, this world famous guy, does nothing but lie. Why should you believe me? Well, you're right. You shouldn't believe me. You should go read the book and see how I show by evidence that there's nothing true. So I think that's a useful book in this negative way, sort of a backhanded way, right? I think that no one knows of any real crimes that Stalin committed, because they would be in Katyn's enormous book, and they're not there.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're looking at a situation in the world right now where a lot of these academics, they have this reputation and they have this level of credibility that doesn't actually reflect the actual methodology and the scientific methodology that should back that up. And I think we're entering an era now, with Russia and China and other world powers rising. I mean, this institutional consensus, I don't think it's going to really last, at least as a universal standard anymore. I think perspectives such as yours are increasingly becoming more welcome and more cited.
Well, they're welcome. They're not really welcome in the field of Soviet history, in the academic field of history. Okay, that's pretty much buttoned down. You can't say that Stalin wasn't a monster and didn't commit all.
What about in like Russia, though?
There is a little room in Russia. Okay, there are a relatively small number of academics in Russia who do, and non-academics too. I mean, in other countries in the world, research and history is not completely controlled by academics. Yes, there certainly are, you might call, pro-Stalin writers and researchers in Russia. And don't forget, Russia, the largest political party in Russia, and set aside Vladimir Putin's party, which he kind of created for himself. But if you set that aside, the largest enduring political party in Russia is the Communist Party of the Russian Federation, which is the successor to the old CPSU. I'm not saying that their politics are particularly good, but they're very large. They're very influential. There are a lot of people in it. They have a lot of seats in the Duma. It makes Russia very, very different from all of the other post-Soviet states, which, well, maybe not from Belarus, but from most of the other post-Soviet states, which are dominated by super anti-communists, like Ukraine, Poland, so forth. So there's, and of course it was the Russians who made the Russian Revolution. They made their own revolution. So there's a lot of nostalgia, well, now among mainly older people, for the old Soviet Union, and a lot of sympathy for Stalin. Not that people necessarily have all of that great historical scholarship, but there's just a lot of room in Russia for people to write the truth. I know I've been contacted by people in Russia around the Katyn.
Yeah, I mean,
I've got a number of books translated into Russian and published there, and it's because you can do that. Whereas my book on Katyn that was translated into Russia and actually it was the second translation done, and it's selling very well, so I'm told. My book on Katyn is translated into Polish, and it can't be sold in any Polish store. No Polish bookstore will carry it because it's against the law in Poland to promote communism. And the gentleman I know who took it around to various bookstores there said that the booksellers would be willing to carry it, except they're afraid they might be prosecuted by the Polish government, because the Polish government might consider that to be promoting communist propaganda, that the Soviets didn't do it. So it can't be sold in Poland.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I can only
very well in Russia. There's a lot of people in Russia who never believed that Stalin shot all these Poles, because why would he have done it? But that's not, of course, you can say, well, why the hell would he have done it? The Germans were doing this all over the place. They were slaughtering masses of people. So that's consistent with their behavior. It's not consistent with the Soviet behavior. But of course, you have to go and look at the evidence, and that's what I did. And if you're interested in Katyn, go take a look at my book on the Katyn massacres. But yeah, that's there's room in Russia, but outside of Russia, and of course China. Okay, one of my books has become Khrushchev Lied, was translated and published in China. One or two more books may or may not eventually be published there. We'll have to see. But outside Russia and secondarily China, no. You have to be an anti-Stalin figure. And if you're not an anti-Stalin figure, then you're marginalized, you know? People say,
Well, I mean, in Stalin's own words, you know, paraphrasing it, he said, I think this was what he said. Maybe it was a crypto quote or whatever, but, you know, after my death, a pile of rubbish will be piled on my grave, but the winds of history will eventually clear it. And honestly, I really have such great admiration and respect for the way in which you've approached the primary sources and you've approached this question and without regard for the institutional consensus and the political biases. And it's really that it seems to me that you've arrived at the conclusions you have, not because of some ideological bias or distortion of the facts, but simply because you had the courage to point out the fact that, you know, these powerful institutional and academic forces were lying, right? So you really have my eternal gratitude for being one of the only historians in the English-speaking world, if not the only one, who's willing to actually engage this topic honestly.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate your inviting me on this program, and I look forward to getting the link of when you put it online. I'd encourage your listeners to both those who are online now and anybody who sees it in the future to go to my webpage. All of my articles are downloadable there. You can also get a list of my books and to inform yourselves. And if you wish to email me with questions or comments or criticisms, please be free to do so. My email is on my homepage as well. And thank you again for inviting me.
Thank you so much. It has really been an honor to have you on the show today. And you know, my viewers and I are very much grateful that you took the time out to
thank you,
to educate us and enlighten us about this.
All right,
issue.
so please do let me know the link when you got it up.
Yep, I will as soon as it's published. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna do a Twitter space just because it's early enough to, but very quickly, I'm gonna grab a water and then we're gonna go through some of the super chats that I was not able to get to. Apologies if I wasn't able to get to your super chat questions. You know, I was trying to first put it in order by like the amount of the donation. So the people who donated more, I wanted to get to them first. And then after that, I just kind of went chronologically. So apologies if I didn't get to your question. I was trying the best I could to squeeze all of that in. So let me play these super chats. And then we're going to do a Twitter space, though. Definitely. Thank you, Soul.
Will Professor Furr write a book about the Gorbachev
So we
era?
got you. It's going to get the people we did not get.
Did Stalin die of...
We got Nuke.
I'd give it's asked already, but what does Professor Furr think
Yeah,
of
thank you,
Soviet
Dark Warrior. He
Union's
did
ethnic
get to that
policies?
in a different question, so that's why I didn't ask it, because he talked about it with the Armenia
Thoughts on so-called anti-party group and why they were unable to
Armenia
outmaneuver
stuff.
Khrushchev?
Thank you, MJ, for the 20. Appreciate it.
What about allegations regarding collectivism?
We got to that one.
Grover Furr, you are a national treasure. Thank you for everything you have done and continue to do.
Thanks for the 10, man. Appreciate it.
What Professor Furr think about modern China and Deng Xiaoping, about Soviet Union breaking
Yeah,
up
we
into
just didn't have
respective
time for that one.
states, and Yugoslavia.
We didn't have time for that question, but thank you.
I saw someone else comment this. Ask him about
Yeah,
the
we got to
doctor's
that
plot.
one.
Based.
How can we explain?
We got to that one.
Based.
How did Stalin?
We also got to that one. Also, I'm gonna be doing the
Berry
thing tonight.
secured the nuclear umbrella for the Soviet Union.
Thanks, Roxoff. I'm gonna be doing the podcast tonight as well, but not on stream.
Brilliant interview. Can you also recommend further readings and resources?
Yeah, thank you so much for the dono, but I wasn't able to cover that one.
Where did the notion that the so-called Holodomor or Ukrainian famine was a
We
deliberate...
did get to that one.
Based.
How do I respond to anti-communist...
Yeah, we got to that one.
Based.
Thank you for the stream and thanks for Professor
Thanks,
Furr's
Yusarian.
appearance. Why was Rokossovsky implicated in the military
Yeah, that's one
purchase?
we weren't able to get to.
Based.
How do you
For lack of
ascertain
time.
that documents are forged?
Thanks for yeah, we also didn't get to that one because of a lack of time.
Based.
Thank you, Irish
Is there
American.
any truth to the RP accusations against Beria?
Yeah, we did get to that one. Thank you for the dono. Not that specific question, but we got to the topic.
Based.
Thanks,
To
Atari.
what degree did
We got to that
internal
one. We did get to that one.
Based.
In Soviet philosophy in the 30s, did Stalin resent the Debrin school at all? Was Mark Midden's work more influenced by Stalin's personal
Thanks,
ideas?
Chris. I was not able to get to that one. I must have missed
Why
that.
was Trotsky never rehabilitated unlike others?
Based.
Is Stephen Kotkin the new
Yeah,
Robert?
we got to that one. Oh, yeah, Mayakovsky. We didn't get to yours. Sorry about that. Did not have time.
Based.
Thank you, David Parker, for that dono. Yeah, I appreciate the donos a lot, guys. And then there's something I want to tell you guys about that I didn't tell you. Well, I'm going to still stream. Don't worry about that. But I took edibles last night to sleep, and I did not sleep. I don't even think I slept at all. I think I've been up. I think I didn't even get any sleep at all. It's really bad, you know. Yeah. I really feel really sick right now. It's really, really bad, you know. This insomnia shit and it's causing me a lot of stress because, you know, it's causing me a lot of stress as well because, like, I know I have to stream more, not less, and I have to stream earlier. And, you know, I gotta do this shit. This is like a job, you know. This is a job that I do full time. So I really appreciate the donos, guys. Appreciate it a lot. But this insomnia shit is like the bane of me right now. I really just, hopefully tonight I'll sleep. I hope I do. I think I was a little stressed because of the interview, which happens. That's why I didn't sleep. So hopefully I'll sleep tonight.
What do you and Furr think of Ludo Martins? Is Putin a Marxist?
Thanks, David.
Based.
I don't know who Ludo Martins
Good
is.
stuff. Maybe try Michael Hudson next. His newest book is very relevant to your message and he seems easy to get a hold of.
Thank you, Max. Yeah, I'm going to get to Michael Hudson. Now, I don't know who Ludo Martins is, but is Putin a Marxist? No. Although there was this article that I did see, and it was pretty much something along the lines of Putin is a Marxist-Leninist, and everyone was clowning on it because it was so like, oh, Putin, of course Putin isn't a Marxist-Leninist, of course Putin isn't, you know, because he's a conservative, and he denounces Lenin, and he denounces Marxism. And I have something to say about that, because I think it's just really easy to kind of like, oh yeah, this is clearly a stupid thing to say, but I think okay, give me a sec. super fucking hot. But I think the people who say that kind of miss the point of what that author was even trying to get at, because I think the author was trying to say that Marxism-Leninism is more than just an overt ideology. It also somehow has these unconscious implications, and it has some kind of unconscious reality as well. Now, I know if you're living in the West and you see like, oh, Putin's a Marxist-Leninist, you're going to think, oh, this is some stupid guy who's uneducated. Of course Putin's not an ML, because he didn't adopt that label. But I want you guys to put this in perspective. The Soviet Union was a state that lasted 7 generations. Sorry, not 7 generations. 70 years, right? And, you know, people from birth are raised. Not only are they raised in this ideology, the whole of society is being constructed with this being the leading ideology. People's behavior, patterns, and thoughts. I mean, do you really think Marxism-Leninism didn't have this, like, lasting influence on how people from there and who were born in the Soviet Union think, in their mentality and their worldview? You think that just disappears because they start ditching Marxism-Leninism overtly? No, I do think that today's Russian Orthodox ideology is pretty much some kind of esoteric religious form of Marxism-Leninism. I don't think you can't sit here and tell me that Russian Orthodoxy and the ideology of Russian conservative Orthodoxy today is just a return to the Tsarist era religion and ideology, because it's like qualitatively is not. It's clearly something completely new, and I interpret it to be, and it's the church that was revived under Stalin. I interpret that to be some kind of post-Marxist-Leninist ideology. It's replaced Marxism-Leninism. It's sublated Marxism-Leninism in a way. It's integrated a lot of aspects of Marxism-Leninism that they just take for granted now, right? But those things, I mean, Putin himself, he said, you know, the code of builders of communism, it reminds me of the Bible. Well, the reason for that is because
Ludo Martens, Belgian communist, wrote another view of Stalin, which I think is excellent. Putin is doing an excellent job, no?
Yeah, I'm pro-Putin. Thank you, Dave Parker, for that 5. Yeah, so like what I'm trying to say here pretty much is that, you know, I'm not really convinced that Marxism-Leninism just disappears because people are no longer overtly identifying with it. I think it has an unconscious significance. It's what I've said before. It's a index of definite historical experience that doesn't just go away with, you know, the statues being taken down. Thanks for Tristan.
Great interview, Oz. Professor Furr is one of the greatest historians of our time. You did really good, Gorilla, son.
Thank you, Tristan. Now, like, technically, Putin is not a Marxist-Leninist, but he's more of a Marxist-Leninist than pretty much like anyone living in the West. Why? Because he was born and raised in the Soviet Union. From cradle to the grave, he's going to be ingrained with a worldview and a mentality, habits and thought patterns that were the inheritance of Soviet Marxism-Leninism, right? And I really just think Russian Orthodox conservative ideology has sublated and integrated and transformed the inner kind of spiritual essence of Soviet Marxism-Leninism into the form of Russian Orthodoxy. That's what I think. I think current Russian Orthodox conservative ideology, it's not a return to pre-Soviet religiosity. It's post-Soviet, right? And it is the kind of it's pretty much like a decentralized Marxism-Leninism in a way, right? It's Marxism-Leninism without the state, without the party. It's the actual, effectual, and aesthetic object of Marxist-Leninist ideology in its raw kind of, it's the subjective essence, if you want to put it that way, right? It's the reality of Marxism-Leninism insofar as it can account for, you know, it can account for its own contingency, right? It's not institutionally based. It's like esoteric Marxism-Leninism, right? So that's what I would call it. So yeah. Marxism-Leninism dealing with the question of eternity, right?
based,
Historical materialism would support this view, no?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, because the Soviet state didn't just collapse, Soviet economy didn't just collapse. Huge portions of the Russian economy are still state-owned, like in the way that the Soviet Union owned them. They just still own those enterprises like before. The infrastructures from the Soviet era. So it's just taken a new form. I don't think people really understand the post-communist Russia. They think Russia just returned to capitalism. It did not. It's a new type of thing, right? It didn't return to Tsarism. It didn't return to feudalism or capitalism. It's a totally new thing, right? After the Soviet Union. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna take this shit off. So, there's some news, which is that Jackson got banned from PayPal. And I'm gonna tell you who was responsible for this PayPal shutdown. You want me to tell you who's behind the PayPal shutdown? Because I'm going to cover this. We're going to cover a little bit of the news, and then we're going to do our Twitter space. That's interesting. Interesting. This is really interesting. Give me a sec. Give me a second. Okay? Give me a damn second. Alright. Just ordering a little sandwich because I'm starving. Have not eaten. Alright, I ordered it. Anyway. So Jackson got banned from PayPal. And a lot of other people got banned from PayPal. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. It's actually really disgusting. It's really disgusting why this has happened. I transferred all my money out of PayPal, so I'm ready to get banned as well now. So I'm fine. I've transferred all the money out of PayPal. And they are not yet coming for, they're not yet coming for, you know, the banks yet. So my money's still in the bank, it's just not in the PayPal. But anyway, let me show you this, right? This fucking bastard right here, this piece of shit, scumbag, fucking bastard, Paul Mason, this piece of shit, fucking piece of shit, Paul Mason. Everybody press S to spit. Spit on this fucking piece of shit. Fucking UK leftist Paul Mason. And just wait until I fucking show you what this bastard's been fucking doing behind the scenes. Just wait till I show you. Thank you, David Parker.
Ludo Martin's Another View of Stalin might be worth your time. Available PDF. Online, internet. I have other questions, but I'm poor.
Thank you, David. Appreciate that. Fuck that bastard, Paul Mason. Let me just show you what this is. When you read what he said, it'll boil your fucking blood. How disgusting this piece of shit is. How disgusting this piece of shit is. Look at this. Yep, the far left rogue academics is who I'm after. There's a progression. white helmets, anti-Semitism was a scam, and now Buka was a false flag. I believe is happening is the emergence of a left anti-imperialist identity, and the danger is it will be attractive because liberalism doesn't know how to counter it. What the fuck? This guy's literally a Nazi. This guy's literally a fucking Nazi. Paul fucking Mason is saying that liberalism doesn't know how to counter the anti-imperialist left, so we need to go full Azov. We need to go full neo-Nazi because only fascism can counter the Bolshevist threat. It's pretty much what he's fucking saying. Liberalism doesn't know how to counter it. Okay, so what is going to counter it? If you're not going to respect people's democratic liberties and civil rights and anything like that, what are you relying on now? I think you're going to do the same thing they did in Ukraine with your Azov and your censorship and your fascism and your authoritarianism, your liberal Hitlerite emergency powers, because liberalism can't deal with the Bolshevist threat, right? Look at this scumbag. I suspect they're actually about to launch a new party around Corbyn and Laura Pidcock, which would make the whole thing easier. Now look at this piece of shit. You want to know why I told you to press S to spit on Paul Mason? Well, here it is. I don't monitor the rogue academics much, and Emma's tipped me off to their current activities. The important political tasks is to quarantine their soft influencers and expose/stigmatize the hard ideologists. By the way, this is what the anti-infrared accounts do on Twitter. And they literally plan this shit. They literally plan it. We need to expose and stigmatize the hard ideologists. Stigmatize the hard ideologists. Now does all of the anti-Haas campaigns that you see on the fucking internet make some sense? It's all planned and cold and calculated and methodical to these people, right? Check this out. Check this out. Paul Mason emailed Amil Khan making clear he's keen to help deplatform the gray zone. He created a dynamic map of the left pro-Putin infosphere that resembled a spider's web with a mess of arrows linking the names of members of parliament. They literally made like a CIA fucking glowy map of all the people that he's targeting and wants to fucking deplatform. This is the same shit George Orwell did, by the way. Spit on George Orwell's fucking snitch grave as well. You know, the people in the CPUSA do the same shit as what Paul Mason's doing here. You know, they plan and do the same shit. Only their emails were fucking exposed, right? Mason suggested Khan that he enlist help of a pro-traffic analyst to map how these different echo chambers interact, where their material begins, and work out who might be pulling the strings. They're doing this to the infrared community too. I hope you know that. He seems certain about the dark forces animating the gray zone, bombastically charging that its attacks on Khan and others are fed by Russian and Chinese intel, including hacking, electronic warfare, and human intelligence. Look at this. Look at this fucking piece of shit bastard. I'll try to help. Here's a dynamic map. Why a map? Because over time, it is the behavior, the priorities, and networks that reveal the truth. I asked two people on the other side who are concerned about this, does the state monitor and counter left disinfo? And they said no. I sense the beginnings of it, and I can fill you in on why. Because that's exactly why someone needs to do it. Did you hear this? Does the state monitor counter left disinfo? Paul fucking Mason, who's this anti-capitalist leftist in the UK, he wrote that book, Platform Capitalism or whatever, and he was a big leftist in the UK. This bastard said, no, the state doesn't monitor and counter left disinfo, so we need to do it and step up to the vanguard. By the way, the same thing is happening in this country. Believe it or not, the FBI and maybe even the CIA, they're not really targeting us, right? But then the DSA And the progressives came and they said, no, we need the state to crack down on people like Haas. We need them to crack down on people like Jackson, who are these dangerous anti-imperialists. They are fascists. They're neo-Nazis. That's what they fucking are. They're neo-Nazi, fascist, Hitlerite scum. They are the vanguard of imperialism. How many fucking times do I have to tell you leftists are the enemy? People ask, Hans, why do you always attack the left? Why do you always antagonize the left? Because this is the left. They are at the vanguard of countering anti-imperialism. It's not the right wing, and it's not even the state. It's literally the progressive left. It's the progressive left, the DSA, the radical left. These type of people are the ones who are at the vanguard of trying to crack down on anti-imperialism. It's not even the right wing, and it's not even the fucking liberals. It's not even the state. It's literally progressives who are behind all of this shit. People like Paul fucking Mason. And if you don't know who fucking Paul Mason is, he's literally like, I'm a Marxist, I'm a libertarian socialist, I'm a post-capitalist. That's the type of ideology he has. And these scum, these communists, these libertarian communists, let's call them that, they're weaponizing the state and using the authority of states, institutions, and NGOs to crack down on their ideological enemies, which are tankies and Stalinists and anti-imperialists across the board. Some libertarians, huh? We need to understand the layered nature of the operation. My sense is pro-Kremlin people do it for belief, pro-China people do it for money and kudos. You dumb fuck. You literal dumb fuck. I can show you how I think the PRC influence network works, centered on Roy Singham and the, hey China, hey Russia, can y'all pay me? Can y'all, pay me for what I'm fucking doing? I don't get paid shit. They don't pay me anything. They pay me nothing. They pay me nothing. I know there are some Chinese billionaires out there who have a few million they can spare. Send them over here. We'll make Infrared a big, nice studio, big media outfit. It's great money. It's a good, it'd be a good way to spend the damn money, Because, that would, you guys know how much stress it would take off my plate if I didn't have to, worry about money? If I had some oligarch or some, billionaire or some state funding this shit, I would not monetize anything. I might even just make free merch for everyone. I wouldn't even make the merch cost any. I'd be like, yeah, I'll just fucking spend money on merch and just give it to people. Whatever. But if I was being paid by China or Russia, I would have a studio by now. I would have full equipment, and the people you gotta watch out for who are getting paid are the people who do this full time but don't have a lot of viewers and don't make a lot of money. Those are the people you gotta watch out for. And they're all libs. They're like the Twitch politics people and those type of people. They do what I do full time, even longer hours. They get 5 views. They don't get any donations, and yet they can do it full. I don't even know if I could do this shit full time right now, right? Because, I'm moving into a new place soon, next month. And I don't even know if I can do this shit full time, right? Why the fuck, bruh? Okay, yeah, I can do it full time, okay? I can do this full time. I take back what I just said. I can definitely do this full time. Okay? Janar, thank you. But Darg, thank you for contradicting me mid-speech. Holy shit, dude. Holy fuck. Alright? Alright, now I look stupid, but that's okay. But you get my point. You get my point. But Darg, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, bro. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, thank you, man. Holy shit. Alright? I'm just trying to say, though, it's people like Darg that keep this shit going. Okay, it's not a Chinese oligarch. It's not the Chinese billionaires. It's not. Listen, Putin doesn't put food on my table. Darg does. You understand? People like Darg are the reason I can just do this. People like, who's funding Haas? Who's making Haas a thing? Why is Haas growing and proliferating and becoming so infamous and like becoming this big thing? And it's like, it's because of people like Darg, dude. That's why. It's people like Darg, okay? That's the reason I'm here. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be here, right? The community wants me to keep doing this. You know? It's the community. So yeah. Like, damn. Okay. I mean, anyway, as I was saying, or as I was trying to say, let's continue reading this Paul Mason shit, right? Because this shit is disgusting. Gray Zone is not just publishing disinfo. It is doxing and exposing counter disinfo actors, hence their attacks on Valent. Shut the fuck up. There's been similar ops by others against British soft power institutions. So Paul fucking Mason is literally just admitting that he's supporting the British imperialist state.
1/4 of Darg.
Rocks off. What the hell? Rocks off out here. Damn. Okay. That's a soldier. That's a super soldier. You understand? Thank you so much, Rocksaw, man. Should we do like... No. You know what? We're going to do 1 minute silence for Darg and Roxoff. All right, we're adding a minute. We're adding 30 seconds, okay? We're adding 30 seconds from Anonymous.
This is from George Soros. Smiley face.
Bruh! What the fuck? Alright, we're adding another 30 seconds for Johnny. This is gonna be like a 3-hour silent stream. Adding another 30 seconds for Johnny.
I want to be included.
Bruh, what the fuck? Yo, what the fuck, man? Y'all gotta chill.
This
What
is from Xi Jinping.
Yo, Voidbird, man, holy shit. Bruh. These are the... Orvo, holy... Y'all, these are the sponsors of the infrared stream, guys. I'm not getting paid by some state agents. These... What the fuck?
Here is your Chinese funding.
This is what I answer to, y'all. Y'all wanna blame somebody for Haas being here? Blame them. These are the people who sponsor this. Paul Mason, you little bitch. Paul Mason, you little bitch. See, Paul Mason, you're looking for, oh, who's the Russian agent? Who's the China? This is the people who are behind infrared. Paul Mason, you little bitch. I gotta do something special. I gotta do something special. Jesus Christ, man. Jesus fucking Christ. Irish American.
Little bit late.
Jesus fucking Christ. I gotta do something special. I gotta do something special. I mean, this calls for some kind of... I gotta do something for y'all. I gotta do something for y'all. I gotta do something for... Jesus fucking Christ. Bruh. 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 Adrian Johnson, holy shit, bro. Reaper, thank you so much, man. Holy fuck. Jonathan, thank you as well, but Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. MJ, thank you, brother.
Anti-imperialist party reporting in 07.
Yo, I gotta have some kind of celebration, right? I gotta do some kind of celebration of some kind. I gotta have some kind of celebration. GTA. All right, we're gonna do GTA. We're doing GTA. We're gonna do GTA. I'm gonna ask you guys. Do you guys want us to do a Twitter space first and then do GTA? Yeah, we're 100% we're doing GTA. 1000% we're doing it. 1000% we're doing GTA. That's a given. Yeah, absolutely. We're doing Nah, bruh.
And Lenin rode on a golden train.
Chris, oh my God. Yo, I am fucking speechless. Holy shit. I'm gonna be like one of those egros that cries on stream. Like, bruh. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Bro, Chris, thank you so much, man. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Chris, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. Holy shit. I'm literally speechless. I'm literally speechless. Oh shit, man. Thank you so much, son. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate y'all so much. Jesus Christ. I'm literally speechless. I'm literally speechless. Y'all guys, make sure you spend responsibly. You know, don't spend money you don't have or any crazy shit like that. Because we're all one. You know, y'all are the people who are propping this up. Y'all are my oil princes. You know, but y'all are the shadowy bankers behind this operation. But at the end of the day, you know, we're all in this together. You understand? So
Here's some
don't
HK
feel
government
pressure or
funding
any.
smile.
Thank you so much, Milky. Appreciate you so much. And Sun7, thank you, man. Thank you so much. Emilio, holy fuck, bro. Emilio, thank you so much, man. And you guys, we are good, all right? We are, nah, bruh, come on. Bruh. Yo, what the fuck, man? Yo, holy shit. Bruh. Jesus Christ. Alright, holy fuck, bro. Okay.
Hooray
This.
GTARP, smiley face, 1.
Oh my god. Alright, Jennifer, thank you. Guys, I don't know how I'm gonna fucking repay you. I don't know how I'm gonna repay you for this shit, alright? I feel like I gotta close them down. I gotta close down the donations because. Oh my god, Jennifer, thank you so much. I really feel bad right now because I literally don't know how to thank you guys. I literally don't know how. I mean, we're doing GTRP 1000%, but it's like, I don't know how to thank you guys. Thank you, Emila, so much.
Hand over mouth.
Thank you. Yeah, oh my, I'm missing some of these gifted as well. Thank you, hello, for the 20 gifted. Hello, I'm a captain. Appreciate you so much. Appreciate you so much. Let me ask you another question, guys. I want to ask you another question. Do you want me to, here's what I can also do for GTRP. I could raid into a stream. I can make a new stream, raid into it, and then stream GTRP from that one. Because I don't want, this one was like the Grover Furr interview, so I don't know if it would be good to do it in this one. But we're gonna do it like today. We're doing it tonight, 1000%. We're doing it tonight, 1000%. Thank you so much, David Parker, for the 5. I'm really speechless. I'm really, really speechless. We are doing 1000%. We're doing GTRP. We are. Actually, I think I am gonna do GTARP in this stream. We're just gonna keep it in one stream. Yeah, we're just gonna keep it in this stream. Thank you, David Parker.
I am poor. How do Marxist-Leninists organize in the USA? Seems to me impossible.
You have to join the organization that already exists, the Communist Party. But thank you so much, guys. I appreciate every single one of these donations y'all are sending my way. And, you know, thank you so much, guys. I appreciate you so much. I really appreciate you so much. Why not also upload the Fur interview as a separate video afterwards? I think I am going to do that. Probably going to do that. Or I might just keep it all in this one.
Cheers from Brazil.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. So I can either do it. So I'm going to continue to cover this Paul Mason news, guys. But I could either do a Twitter space, or we could just go straight to GTRP. Which one do you got? One's if you want to go straight to GTRP after I cover this. Two's if you want me to do a Twitter space first. All right, I have to do a poll. Well, actually, it seems like everybody wants me to do a Twitter space first, actually. So yeah, we're gonna do a Twitter space first, definitely. But I am really speechless, guys. I'm really speechless. I kind of feel bad because I should do way more than just GTA RP to repay you guys for this. I should do way more than GTA RP. Way more than GTA RP. Like I should like eat. I don't. You know what, Ace? That is something that I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do infrared merch. I'm gonna get into that. Thank you so much, Ace.
Inframerch when?
Here's what I'm gonna
Gorilla,
do. I'm gonna do
cold face.
infrared merch, but it's not gonna be it's gonna be like very small. It's basically gonna be like the cost is gonna be the price of production, like with barely any profit, like barely any profit. I'm gonna do infrared merch with very small profit. That's what I'm gonna do. Like, I'm gonna make it as cheap as possible for you guys. I'm gonna make it the most accessible possible. And y'all, yeah. And Jennifer is getting like a box for free. Okay? So is Chris Morlock and Voidburn. Like, holy shit. Y'all are just gonna get a box of free shit, right? But I'm gonna like make it so it's as cheap as possible. And thank you, Anonymous.
Guys use donation alerts too. YouTube Super Chats takes 30%. That shit adds up.
Yeah, it's up to y'all. It's honestly up to all of you. Super chats are more like accessible, especially on mobile. But I appreciate, thank you guys so much. I appreciate y'all so much. So yeah, this is the plan. We're gonna continue to cover the Paul Mason shit. Then, because speaking of the devil, Jackson got banned from PayPal. I want to remind you guys, he got banned from PayPal because of this piece of shit, Paul Mason, who's going after people because they're anti-imperialists.
We're donating to pay you back for everything you do, dummy. No thanks or repayment necessary. Much love, big man.
ABC, holy shit. Holy fuck. I gotta update those alerts because that's not epic enough. That alert is not epic enough for that big of a donation, right? It's just not. But thank you, man. Thank you so much. I gotta update that shit. But, you know, we are doing that GTA RP. I'm gonna sleep tonight. I'm sleeping tonight, okay? I'm gonna sleep like a baby tonight, alright? Alright, y'all. Thank you so much for those blessings. Let's get back into the news. And, guys, thank you so much. Appreciate y'all so much. Let's get back into the news. Yeah, we gotta bring back the Kadyrov alert. We're definitely bringing back that Kadyrov alert. So this is Paul Mason. It makes me believe the work should be done by white label organizations operating with the firm InfoSec, Signal, Proton Mail, Clean Phones. Just as Bellingcat get a steady stream of intel from Western agencies, I suspect the attacks on you and others are fed by Russian and Chinese intel. Jesus fucking Christ. Which will include not just hacking, but electronic warfare and human. What the fuck is human? Okay? What the fuck is human? I don't know what the fuck that is, alright? But yeah, that's just sad. That's just sad. But
Based.
thank you,
Happy that
Mayakovsky.
more of this goes to
So
you
this
than on
guy,
Twitch.
Paul Mason, is pretty much admitting that he's serving the interests of British soft power and British imperialism. And this guy, remember, he's a Marxist and he's a leftist and all this shit. He's a fucking neo-Nazi, Hitlerite, social fascist. That's who Paul Mason fucking is, right? Now, look at this shit, right? I feel like there's a couple options with these clowns some sort of clever John Oliver style stunt that makes them a laughing stock. What does that remind you of? What does that remind you of? What have they tried to do to me on Twitter constantly? You notice how normies don't give a fuck about that horrible, embarrassing thing that happened to me? Normies don't seem to give a fuck about that. But it seems like they're really trying to astroturf and make it seem like I'm the biggest laughing stock ever. I mean, guys, they do this methodically. They literally do this shit methodically. They literally plan this shit. Do a clever John Oliver style stunt that makes them a laughing stock. They plan this shit. They do it methodically. None of it's natural. None of it's fucking coming in an organic way. I mean, look at it. They literally plan this shit in their emails to do this shit. Full nuclear legal to squeeze them financially, It's almost like the two biggest things they do to me. They make shit up on Twitter, or they distort shit on Twitter to make it seem like I'm a ridiculous, horribly ridiculous fucking person. Yeah, with screenshots and whatever the fuck else. And also deplatforming financially. Now, since they literally have nothing on Jackson, all they're trying to do is blow out of proportion some like tweet where his parents were talking to him in a tweet, and they try to blow that out of proportion so much, right? But that's all they really have. So what they're doing now with Jackson is they're going after his PayPal, squeeze them financially. They're doing it to others as well. They did it to my Stream Alerts. Sorry, not Stream Alerts. They did it to my Streamlabs donations. They also did it to my Stream Elements donations. And they literally plan this shit. And the crazy thing is, this is not a CIA agent. This is a fucking progressive ideologist. So you're going to ask me the question why I fucking hate these people? This is why. They go out of their way to plan this shit for ideological crusade-like reasons. They are the scum of the earth. They're my enemies. I pray Trump gets into office and puts them in jail. I pray Trump wins in 2024 just to put his boot on these fucking people's throat. These fucking scumbags. Not even the CIA is doing this shit. They're doing it for free for ideological reasons. I'm gonna vote for Trump just because of this shit. I don't even care anymore. I'm going to personally go to that ballot box in 2024 and I'm going to fucking vote for Trump. I'm sick of it. And it's just going to be a spiteful vote. It's going to be a spite-based vote. It's going to be a spite-written vote because whoever is the opposite of these scum who have this type of brain and think this way, these scum of the earth pieces of shit, I'll fucking vote for them. I don't give a fuck. I'll fucking vote for anybody who's the opposite of this shit. I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm going to write on that ballot, Trump, I'm going to X out Trump, and then I'm going to go, fuck Paul Mason and AOC on that ballot. This is for you, Paul Mason and AOC. My goal in life is to make these people suffer as much as possible. And in whatever personal capacity I can do, voting for Trump will cause a lot of suffering to them. So that's enough for me. I don't care. I just want... This is my fucking enemy. This is my enemy, okay? Make them a laughingstock in a dishonest way. Thank you, Red Ambiance.
Let's go.
So, look at this shit. Look at this. The latter, but combined with relentless deplatforming.
Justified rage.
Thanks, Molly. Relentless deplatforming, as with PayPal, Compendium, and Mint Press, and a kind of permanent rebuttal operation. Can you really believe this shit? Can you really fucking believe this shit? Relentless deplatforming with PayPal, Mint Press, Compendium, squeeze them financially, and make them a laughingstock, which is something they go out of the way to do artificially. They'll dishonestly do shit to you just to artificially project an image of you that's not even the truth. They literally just admitted it. This is how they think. If I were to leak you every single message I've had with my mods, with my showrunners even, we've never planned to ruin someone's image dishonestly. We've never done that. All we've done is we've always been doing this from a position of truth. It's always been based on truth. It's never been like, oh, I'm going to ruin Jason Unruhe's credibility. No, that guy did that to himself because he's actually funny to laugh at in a way, right? And I don't really like the whole lol cow thing. And I'm not going to call Jason Unruhe a lol cow, right? Because I feel like that's just like kind of dehumanizing. I just think he's a buffoon, and he is a human being who's clearly aware of the stupid shit that he's doing. But I don't call him like a lol cow just because it's like dehumanizing, right? But it's like, I'm still gonna laugh at you, dude, because you're so fucking ridiculous and you should know better, is why. If he couldn't know better and he was like mentally disabled, then I would think it's fucked up to laugh at him, right? But it's not. This is like the path he decided to go down, and it's the path he chose, and it's fucking stupid, dude. It's just fucking stupid, okay? And also, like, 30% of it isn't even laughing at him. 30% of it is that we're using his image as an icon of tankies. Like, he is a tanky lord. He is a tanky lord. There's nothing we could do about that. He's a disgraced traitor, betrayer, tanky lord, but he is an ancient OG, and it's almost like we use his image to fight our enemies. He's like we are taking his power from him. It's not that he's a lol cow, it's that we're taking his power from him because he's not responsible enough to have it anymore, and he's an image of our power now. He represents our tanky cause. We're taking it from him. We're taking it from him. We're not just going to erase him from history. We're going to take his own image from him and use it. We're reclaiming Jason. We're reclaiming it. That's exactly what it is. We are reclaiming Jason Unruhe. And if he wasn't such a fucking traitor, by the way, we would have elevated him to the heights we would have made him the emperor of tankies. Imagine if Jason collaborated with me. Imagine if he worked with me. Imagine if he was like on Twitch and he was on debate panels and shit, and he like started to get more costumes and like more fucking based and shit, and like he became like this tanky warlord in debates, and he started to get a good camera and to get a good mic and actually like fix his shit up. Like, great things could have happened. Great things could have happened. Would you forgive him? Unironically, yes. If he admits that he lied about the so-called plot against him, one, this is my terms for Jason Unruhe's being able to forgive him. One, admit that you fucking lied that we were plotting against you. Just admit that, okay? Two, stop calling me a fucking racist because you disagree with me on some shit. Stop calling me a fucking whatever. And if you don't have to change your ideology, but like if you could do those two things, I would forgive him. Honest to God, I would forgive him. Yeah, I would definitely forgive him if he could just do the Magbeth. Never. Never. Because I know that's his response. I know that's what he would say. That's why. I know that's what he would say. I know that's what he would say, okay? And that's that. Well, that's how it is. That's where things stand, okay? He blocked me on Twitter too, by the way. I blocked him back because, you know, I don't like people who can hide behind blocks, right? But let's continue through these emails because it's fucking crazy, right? Look at this. I think we need to get a few people together who are looking and been targeted by this and do a center of gravity analysis. People have been able to learn about how they operate and come with a plan that addresses their objectives and vulnerabilities, not just their arguments. So don't just address their arguments, address random, irrelevant shit. Agreed, the trade of all disinfo has manipulated facts, like the OSC reports after 6 February in Donbass. However, rather than engage them toe-to-toe, creating a dynamic reference catalog debunking all their allegations and facts would be a worthy project. No, why don't you fucking go at us toe-to-toe, you fucking pussy? A lot of what they communicate is also verbal, where they go farther than in the written word. We need to look at this strategically. Putin will lose in Ukraine. Okay, so in private, this is what they think. In private, they think Putin is going to lose in Ukraine. In private. That's sad. That's a level of delusion I can't even, like... that's a level of delusion I cannot even fathom possessing, right? He will go nuts for a while, and then their tone and stakes they're playing will have gone more manic. But where do they go once Putin-backed project to destabilize the West is defeated? Okay, so they're banking on... Okay, this is good news. So these people are banking on the idea that it's going to be defeated, which, spoiler, it's not. So when that happens, I guess they'll be powerless. They're literally just delusional. And that's good. If they were to write in their emails like, yeah, we know Putin's going to win, but we have to continue to lie, I'd be more worried because I'd be like, holy fuck, you know, their commitment to dishonesty is way bigger than I thought. But it's really nice to see that they're actually believe their coping ideology in private. Give me a sec. In the night, I feel talk. Told the story ever told. Somewhere far along this road, lost the soul. How could you be so heartless? How could you be so heartless? In the night, I hear him talking. Coldest story ever told. Somewhere far along the road, and on the road, could you be so heartless? Sorry. All right, let's continue. Think tanks, BBC, what it also really needs is intel service input by proxy, like Bellingcat. I think a brainstorm session around a center of gravity analysis, then this is like, they literally think this is coming from Russia. They literally think we're Russian agents. If they watched this stream alone, they would have known how we're getting funded. It's from the viewers themselves, Paul Mason, you dumbass. You just can't fathom that people could disagree with you. Are you guys reading this? I just spoke to a friend at National Security Council Comms Directorate. They have been tasked with hybrid threats. He says a government wouldn't want to send someone to a meeting as it could jeopardize outcomes later. But he says a plan of action could include a bunch of us who have been targeted putting evidence together for OFCOM or DCMS as part of a formal complaint, which would then kick off an investigation into GZ's funding and activities, at which point government can get properly involved. He suggests we keep talking as things progress. They're literally working with the fucking government! He says we want to bring Reuters Foundation and BBC Media Action, who have also been targeted. I'm separately asking the new FCDO disinfo team. This is Paul fucking Mason. This is literally Paul Mason. Good idea, but what we need is intel on who funds them and what their ultimate who funds them. If you're worried about who funds them, why did you shut down their PayPal? Jackson's getting funded by his fucking audience just like me, and you shut down the ability to facilitate that. So what do you mean who funds them? What do you mean who funds them? These are people who only get funded by institutions or governments to do their dirty work, right? They can't fathom the idea of an actual audience of normal people interested in the truth funding this. They can task other bits of government to get that intel, and the findings will automatically enter the system. I hear that they don't really like being tagged as Russian state-affiliated media. This is something they did to George Galloway and Caleb Maupin, as it hits their reach. But I think there's potential to go further. It's too easy for them to flip deplatforming with the system is scared of us. We need to look at their influence legitimacy with audiences. You fucking slimy snake reptilian fucking bastard! They literally know what they're doing! It's all intentional and it's all methodical. It's literally, look at this. The system, well, why wouldn't it be? Why are you fucking deplatforming people if you're not scared of them, you fucking lying fucking bastard? Matter of fact, I'm making a tweet. I challenge the coward Paul Mason racist, racist, Hitlerite, how should I put it? Racist, crypto, racist UK agent of UK imperialism to a live debate on Ukraine. And socialism. Thank you so much, Boyburn. Holy fuck.
They can't imagine that you guys are funded by authentic communities because they project their corruption and underhanded slimy tactics onto you. It's the same pathology exhibited by those who levy claims of genocide against Russia and China.
Absolutely. Absolutely facts. All facts, zero lies. All facts, no lies. That is facts. Racist agent of US imperialism. He can't fathom prove to the world you represent truth, since it's your excuse to deplatform others as disinfo. For spreading your idiocy, your lies represent the truth. There we go. I'm gonna tag him. Paul Fat. He's not. I don't know if he's fat, but he's a fucking bastard. Mason. Here he is. Paul Mason News. And watch me get banned from Twitter. Watch me get banned from Twitter for doing this. Watch me get banned from Twitter for doing this. Guy's got connections. He's definitely going after my PayPal. Fucking coward bastard. Ukrainian Flint colleagues shared an idea along lines we were talking about the other day. International Information Brigade, civil society with contacts into government but not controlled that government that would, with contacts into government, be a major forward-leading player in the information war, be the beneficiary of intelligence, but also help guide governments, be funded by a collective from like-minded Western countries. They're literally talking about working with state security agencies and intelligence agencies. Why do you need to work with these agencies if you represent the truth? Why do you need to use the violent power of the state to enforce your so-called truth, you fucking coward? You fucking bastard. Piece of shit. You fucking scumbag. I'm gonna finish this really quick because this is getting in the way. Let me just finish it real quick. Y'all want a bite? Here. Open wide. All right. Let's continue to read this incriminating ass shit. The network revolves around an outlet known as the Gray Zone and includes a dozen other individuals who use an online intimidation, bullying, and harassment to promote pro-Kremlin talking points. They present themselves as journalists when they are in fact an information operation of a dictatorship that sees a free press as a threat. Since the invasion of Ukraine, this network has swung into action behind the Kremlin's narrative about denazifying Ukraine. Social media platforms and governments have identified the RT Sputnik as Russian state-affiliated outlets, are taking action accordingly. Gray Zone has avoided... sorry. Dear XX, we are getting in touch because, like us, you have also been targeted by a network of pro-Russia trolls. So this is what these thin-skinned piece of shits do. They get all this pushback on Twitter and elsewhere, so then they start going and hiring bot farms and troll farms to get back at it, and that's why you see these tweets against me that get like 10,000 likes, 5,000 likes. They're doing it because of that. They literally plan all of this shit. You have publicly engaged on issues such as the Syrian regime's use of weapons. That's the shit that they started going after Jackson for, by the way. When Jackson started talking about Duma and he started talking about Syria and shit, that's when they started going after him. The US alt-right or COVID denial, chances are you've caught their attention. Since we have all tracked the attention of this network, we are posing a meeting to compare notes to get a sense of who they are targeting, the methods they're using, and what options are available to respond. Bruh, it ain't that fucking deep. You literally have to an emergency meeting because we're making fun of you on the internet, calling you a little dumbass bitch. Emergency meeting because we called you a bitch. I don't even do this shit. Even I don't do this. I don't fucking call meetings when these people come after me. I just fucking whatever, right? Piece of shit. Fucking scumbag. No manhood. Devoid of 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 manhood. Absolutely disgusting, reprehensible, repugnant piece of shit. Who fucking did this? Mason suggested a minor amendment to the avoid libel risk, revising the passage referring to Gray Zone as an, in fact, information operation of a dictatorship. He felt this should be softened to the Gray Zone, present themselves as journalists when their modus operandi looks more like an information operation. Yes, that's better. I've noticed they like to threaten libel. Do you want me to send the CC to me? Look who he consulted. You want to know who this is? So this is Nina Jankowicz. So Paul Mason was in contact with this woman. If you don't know who she is, I'm going to show you who Nina is. In case you don't know who she is, this is her. This is her. Ready for Nina? This is the person Paul Mason has been in contact with.
atrocious. It's when a huckster takes some lies and makes them sound precocious by saying them in Congress or a mainstream outlet. So disinformation's origins are slightly less atrocious. It's how you hide a little lie, little lie. It's how you hide a little lie, little lie. It's how you hide a little lie, little lie. When Rudy Giuliani shared bad intel from Ukraine, or when TikTok influencers say COVID can cause pain. They're laundering disinfo and we really should take note and not support their lies with our wallet, voice or vote. Oh, information laundering is really quite ferocious. It's when a huckster takes some lies and makes them sound precocious by saying them in Congress or a mainstream outlet. So disinformation's origin seems slightly less atrocious. Woo.
You nasty busted bitch. This is who fucking Paul Mason's talking to. This is who Paul Mason's fucking talking to. This is who Paul Mason's talking to. That's who he's talking to. That's who he's in contact with. That's who he's dealing with. That's who he's working with. That's who he's working with. On April 8th, Mason emailed Khan to express alarm about a piece, Consortium News, the independent news platform founded by Robert Perry. Who's behind Consortium News? Khan responded that he had consulted Nina Jankowicz, former chief of the Department of Homeland Security's Disinformation Governance Board, who resigned her post in disgrace just 3 weeks after being appointed due to intense criticism of her professional history, bizarre behavior, and a record of censorious statements. According to Khan, Jankowicz saw Consortium News as a case of useful idiots rather than funding, presumably a reference to the Kremlin financial support. Khan was not so sure, assessing the gap between 2005 and 2011. Nina, that disgusting, disgusting piece of shit. Disgusting piece of shit. Mason's descent into paranoia about the gray zone's factual reporting may represent the terminal stage of a career that has taken him from the margins of Trotskyist activism to the molten core of the British establishment, still posing as an authentic radical to wage war on the UK left. This is what these Trotskyists do, though. This is all Trotskyist. This is what they do. They make these emails and they do this fuck shit. They do this fucking bullshit. These Trotskyists. That's what they do. These nasty, disgusting Trotskyists. They plot and that's all they've ever fucking done, right? That's all they've ever fucking done. And the worst part is that it's not just them. It's not even just them, right? The most disgusting part of all. Once again, I'm going to show you Paul Mason. Paul Mason. Paul Mason. Here he is. This is Paul Mason. Okay? Now, I'm going to go take a Paul piss. Okay? I'll be right back. I'm going to take a piss. And then we're going to do our debate. Imagine if this fucking coward tried to debate me. I'll fucking wipe the floor with him in a debate. That's why he won't debate me. He's smart. I would destroy his career. All his journalism, all his credibility would be gone. He would be fucking done for. He's a coward. He's a pussy. Of course he won't debate me. Of course he won't debate me. And Nina Jankowicz. Nina Jankowicz was in my DMs. And I blocked her. She was begging me to give her the time of day. And Nina Jankowicz, all I could tell her is a solid no. All I could give her is a solid hell no. Nina Jankowicz in my DMs. And if she disagrees with that, it's disinformation. She was in my DMs. And, yeah. No means no, Nina. That's not disinfo. No means no, you busted ass, nasty ass. Alright, anyway. We're starting our space. Starting our space. How about we do this space for like... How about we do this space for 45 minutes to an hour, then we get into GTRP. What do you guys think about that, huh? Because I know y'all want some debates, right? Y'all want that space, Twitter space. So what we're gonna make this space, we're gonna call this space Hitler was an anarchist. Can someone do that DALL-E image thing? Because it's too much traffic for me. It's too much traffic, and for some reason I can't use it. It's a little lie. It's a little lie. I'm gonna do anarchist Hitler. DALL-E mini. And it's got too much traffic. Too much damn traffic. How do I get around this too much traffic shit? And we're gonna call this space calling it Hitler was an anarchist. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. Absolutely, positively, definitely correct. Anybody who wants to come and debate, this should be the easiest thing in the world for you. This should be the easiest thing in the world. We're going to give them all a chance to get in here and debate about it, because this should be the easiest thing in the world. Easiest thing in the world to debate. Hitler was an anarchist. The only person who I'm not going to thank for $5 is Pony Panda. Because, I'm sorry, I will not thank you. You should get a refund, dude. I'm not going to thank you, okay? I'm not thanking that. And I'm skipping it too.
Based.
No, I'm skipping that one. Okay? But this should be the easiest thing in the world if you want to debate me about this, because apparently on Twitter they're all saying, oh yeah, Haas is so stupid, he don't know what he's talking about. Okay. Well, it should be easy for you to debate now, shouldn't it? Should be easy for you to debate now, wouldn't it? How can I give you the anarchist Hitler AI? Put it in the Discord. That should be easy to debate now, shouldn't it, right? Hitler was 100% an anarchist. Anarchism in Nazi Germany was actually existing anarchism. Fascist Italy was actually existing anarchism. The only reason the Spanish fascists and the CNT were at odds.
How can I give you anarchist Hitler AI pick?
Only reason the CNT, FAI, and the anarchists were and the fascists were at odds was because the CNT was anti-Catholic and anti-religious. The only difference between them was religion. Otherwise, they were the same thing. It was just religion was dividing them, right? So in Spain, the CNT, FAI, those were fascists. Those were fascists. It was a big mistake that the Popular Front ever even worked with them. Tactically or strategically, they should have all been wiped out. And yeah, Hitler himself was an anarchist. Nazi Germany is the most famous anarchist society in history. It's actually existing anarchism in the real world is Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy. I would love to hear anyone try and push back on this and debate it, because you should be able to debate this, right? Everybody was giving me shit for it. So it really shouldn't be that hard to debate. Now, should it? Should it? It should be easy to debate. Hitler was an anarchist. Hitler was not some, German lord of German culture, and he wasn't some fucking chief of Germany. He wasn't some kind of true German leader. So he was a fucking anarchist. He didn't respect the institutions. He didn't respect the history of the German state. He didn't respect any of that kind of shit. He was an anarchist, acted on whim, criminal lumpen scum, permanent negation, forever. Swastikas everywhere in all times. You don't see that in China. You don't see in China that they got the everywhere in all times. They got one symbol everywhere. They don't have that. They don't do that, right? Hitler was an anarchist. I'd like to see one person try and debate me about this. Doesn't seem like anyone can because everybody's too scared and they're too cowardly. But I'd like to see just one person hold their own in an actual debate with me about this topic. Just one person. Go ahead and hold your own and debate me. I mean, surely it shouldn't be hard, right? Surely it would be easy to do. But I mean, something's telling me that, it's not going to be that easy for you. Now is it? No, I don't think it will. I definitely don't think it will. I think it's going to be a little bit hard for you to do and pull off.
Based.
Is the US becoming actually existing anarchism?
Yeah. Yeah, Nazi Germany was actually existing anarchism. Nobody will debate about it. And if it's so self-evident, debate about it. See if you can hold your own in a debate about this. If it's so self-evident that Hitler was not an anarchist, you should very easily be able to argue and persuade an audience of that fact in your own capacity instead of just taking it for granted. So you should actually be able to debate this if Hitler was not in fact an anarchist, if Nazi Germany was not in fact an anarchist society. If Hitler was an anarchist, then so was no, Marx never advocated for any of those things, you dumb fuck. Give me one piece of textual evidence that he advocated for those things. And no, it's not anarchism whatsoever, because when Marx was talking about the dissolution of the state and money and whatever classes, he's talking about a complicated, long-term historical process proceeding from a dialectical historical development, unity of contradictions. He's not talking about things being abolished that lead to some end goal and some result. So you're wrong. You're wrong. You're absolutely wrong. You're absolutely mistaken and misguided as to the truth. As to the truth in question. But absolutely, Hitler was an anarchist. And not one person is willing to step up and actually debate about this because they're cowards and they're scared. Let me change the title to be more reflective. Hitler was an anarchist. Change my mind. Go ahead, change my mind. Go ahead. Give it a shot. Give it a try. See if you can. See if you can. I doubt you can. I doubt you can. I doubt you can change my mind. I doubt you could change anyone's mind about this issue because I've pretty much proven it that Hitler was an anarchist in a 4-hour stream 2 days ago. But okay, this person's stepping up. This person's stepping up. Okay. 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 Go ahead. Go ahead. change my mind. Go ahead and change my mind. And they ran away? They ran away? Looks like they ran away. Looks like that person decided to leave and they got a little scared. They got a little scared and ran away. Because they know they can't change my mind. They know they would not be successful in changing my mind on this issue. They know they would not be successful in making the case otherwise. Hitler was an anarchist. Changed my mind. Dr. Leonard G. Soy. Dr. Leonard G. Soy. We're going to let Dr. Leonard G. Soy explain to us what's going on.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you, Doctor.
Hey, so I'm a Vosh viewer. I attend DSA meetings, and I just want to say that anarchism has a different Wikipedia page than fascism, so therefore they're two different things. I win, haha, you lose, I have soy.
Sir, can you clarify why having two Wikipedia pages means that they can't be related?
I don't know, I just watch Vosh, and he, like, pulls up Wikipedia all the time, and it just seems like, I don't know, it just sounds like it's different things.
But doesn't Vosh call Stalin a fascist?
Yeah, I mean, Stalin is a fascist.
But doesn't he have a different Wikipedia page than the fascism one?
Oh my god, you're right. I think Vosh might be wrong about this. Oh, I gotta go talk to him.
Well, that was okay. That's an example of the people who are giving me pushback, and this is how they hold their own. We've got COB, and all he does is admit that he's gay, which is nothing wrong with that. But he always comes on and confesses. I want everyone to know that this guy is talks about he's going to gay bars every day and shit. And I think he's gonna say that again. I don't really know why we break. He pretty much uses my Twitter Spaces to come out of the closet, right? And that's all he really does is come out of the closet. And how many closets you gotta come out of, dude? What's next, right? We all are here. We all respect your private sexual life. We're not gonna make fun of you for it. We all are accepting. And we're not discriminatory, okay? So you're fine, dude. You're fine. You don't have to keep coming out of the closet every time I do a space, okay? So the unknown soldier is going to have an argument. Go ahead. What's your argument? Change my mind. Hitler was an anarchist. Go ahead and change my mind, sir. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Go ahead. Go ahead. Should be easy to just unmute yourself. It appears we're having some technical difficulties. This person seems like they didn't get that Hitler microphone. They must have gotten the short end of the stick. They don't got that Hitler megaphone. I'm gonna give you 15 seconds. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. What? Hello? So we've got
I don't know if my mic is working.
We got Megatron in the building, so it's working. So go ahead and change my mind, sir.
Well, I don't really know what your argument for why Hitler is an anarchist is.
Sure. So in my view, both Nazism and anarchism represent the criminal excess of the liberal state, which accounts for its own internal contradictions by deploying mercenary criminal elements to do things that are not within the capacity, but which nonetheless serve the interests of that same liberal bourgeoisie.
Okay, but Hitler was an anti-liberal. How do you square that?
Hitler was not an anti-liberal because he was the defender of liberalism in Europe.
But the Weimar Republic was the introduction of liberal democracy in Germany.
Yeah,
and Hitler was.
You're right, and out of the Weimar Republic arose the Nazis, who gave birth to them.
Yeah, National Socialism.
Yeah,
which was against Marxism.
National Socialism was
liberal democracy.
Yeah, it was an anarchic extension of the chaos of the Weimar Republic, and one of these, degenerates. All sorts of degenerates in the Weimar Republic, and the Nazis were one of them. They're one of the degenerate, psychopathic forms of madness that Weimar Republic gave birth to, was the Nazis themselves.
So was the SPD also anarchist then?
The SPD predated the Weimar Republic by quite some time, sir.
Yes, but they were the Social Democrats. They were very prominent in shaping
I'll tell you what
the
it was.
Weimar Republic in the early stages.
The SPD employed anarchic elements like the Free Cops and others, these wild thugs roaming the streets who, acted only according to their criminal disposition. But the SPD, the SPD was just outright fascists.
Well, what about the Communist Party? They had their own little militia groups fighting in the streets with the Nazis.
Yeah,
so what's the distinction there?
Those were self-defensive. Those guys were not...
Oh, so they're self-defensive, but the Nazis were.
Absolutely.
How can you justify that?
Because the people who started with all this criminal violence and anarchic thuggery was coming from the anti-communists. The Viking League, you know what the Viking League was? It was a bunch of perverts, pretty much like cross-dressing in public, naked. They weren't cross-dressed, but because of the equivalent of doing that. The rush and thrill of running around on the street, it's this kind of Nietzschean, perversion of just, being the Superman and Superman that hoe, super soak that hoe, you know what I'm saying? So we're talking about that. That's what we're talking about.
Okay, but you can look at the November Revolution where you had a communist uprising in Bavaria, for example. So you had many instances where the communists were actually stirring up violence, trying to start a communist revolution.
Even if they were stirring it up?
Obviously they were also propped up by the Soviet Union and the Bolsheviks. So really your point doesn't even stand. There were anarchist factions part of the Communist Party in Germany. So your whole argument just falls apart. It's completely incoherent.
There's no anarchist factions of the KPD, sir. But the Bavarian uprising, whatever you think was instigating that Bavarian uprising was, as a matter of fact, from the masses. Okay, the masses were the ones leading the force behind that. It wasn't like Hitler and the Nazis, where they're pretty much just this irrelevant splinter group that's being either funded by the British banks and intelligence services or the German industrialists, and then later they just get appointed and given emergency powers by the establishment and status quo. It's not really comparable, Pretty much the Nazis, listen, the Nazis were just anarchists that pretty much got chosen by the ruling class to be let loose on Germany, to have free reign and do what they want, because the German status quo couldn't do what the Nazis did because they were stuck under the veneer of legality, right?
Okay, how can you have an anarchy with a state? Can you explain that?
That's the easiest question I've ever heard. You can have an anarchy with a modern state because a modern state can disguise a lack of roots in actual civil society. And that lack of roots is going to result in the state being permanently in a state of war against the population, which in fact is a kind of state of anarchy where, there's no real order of the state. It's just this arbitrary, dictatorial, sadistic violence by the state that is used in a really chaotic and whimsical way.
Okay,
It is
well, that's a
not.
very arbitrary definition of anarchy then. But even if we take that,
All right, what's the definition of anarchy?
it's a stateless society.
No, it's not.
That's
That's
how I
not the
define it.
definition of anarchy.
Then what's the definition?
The definition of anarchy is simply a state of chaos that is in the absence of any. It comes from the Greek word anarchos, which is chiefless. So it's in the absence. It's not a stateless society assumes there's actually a society that's emerged, right? And that society is qualitatively stateless. That's different from the state of anarchy, where society is thrown into chaos because of the absence of a state. It's very
Well,
different.
the political definition of anarchy, like anarcho-communist or anarcho-capitalist,
No,
that's completely different than the word anarchy to describe just utter chaos and
anarchist
disorder.
thinkers for philosophy.
You're messing up your definition.
No, I'm not, because
Hitler was
you don't know the
notoriously
basic
an
history.
historic-
Anarchist thinkers, for philosophical reasons, actually decided that this state of anarchy or anarchy will actually represent the emergence of a new, free society, and that in anarchy the true order will arise. And that's what they were trying to say. But the meaning of anarchy,
Yeah, by the dissolution of the state. Basically, what communism is a form of anarchy.
No,
You know,
it's
when
not.
Marx
No,
wrote
it's
about
not. No,
the
it's fucking
dissolution
not.
of the state
No,
and
it's not,
like a
because
total
because
global communist
because
revolution, that is anarchy.
the nature
You
of
are
the-
an anarchist.
the nature of the dissolution of the state in a communist society is completely different from the so-called abolition of a state in the anarchistic view. Again, anarchists are completely the negation of the state, the absence of a state. Communist dissolution of the state, as Stalin pointed out, only happens when the state is fully strengthened and is powered to the highest degree, and it thereby enters into the process by which it dissolves by being rendered superfluous through labor and through the unleashing of the forces of production. That's very different from the anarchist view, which just represents a one-sided negation. That one-sided negation being qualitatively indistinguishable from fascism in Italy and Germany, because that was also a one-sided negation of the liberal order. And it was
Well, then maybe it's it sounds like you're saying it's an inversion of anarchy.
No, it is
which is
anarchy.
honestly more convincing than just saying
It's
it is anarchy.
no. What it is anarchy at the reins of power.
Okay, well, how is Stalin any different with the gulags? You think Stalin didn't torment his people more than Hitler? Hitler was focusing on outside, exterior enemies, while Stalin was focused on killing the Ukrainian starving kulaks.
Yeah, I'm glad.
And such.
I'm glad you're repeating the neo-Nazi lies about what happened in Ukraine. But anyway,
Oh, yeah, so Azov Battalion. Like, come on.
your as the white lies and cope that's being funded and propped up by the globalists. But anyway, what we're trying to say here is that Stalin was different from fascism because Stalinist communism in the Soviet Union, state communism, whatever you want to call it, actually gained roots in civil society, where the Russian peasant became this new subject of statehood, such that it could actually reproduce itself in the absence of the state. That's why, for example, even in the absence of Soviet authority and state authority behind enemy lines, there was a huge partisan movement under Nazi occupation, which in no way was the result of coercion or a top-down process.
Okay,
The
but
Soviet
how
state
can you,
had
how can
deep
you
roots among
define
the people.
society just by the working class? If you're talking about class warfare, turning the working class against the aristocrats and middle and upper class, that doesn't sound like a coherent society that is working together. Well,
That's just what happened. That's what happened during the revolution. That's not what characterizes Soviet history in the majority. That's just the revolution.
But you're saying anarchy is like the state of complete disorder, like where the state is going against war against the people itself.
Yeah.
That kind of sounds like what class warfare is, turning the working class against the rest of the population.
Yeah, it is a form of
which resulted in millions
it's
of
a form of
casualties.
class warfare where the bourgeoisie uses the lumpen against the working class. That's exactly what it is. That's anarchism.
What?
Yeah. Anarchism is when the lumpen are the hired thugs and mercenaries of the ruling class to be unleashed on the working class. That's what it is.
Okay, I mean, if you're gonna just use that definition for anarchy, I don't really think this can go further.
It is. It is. I mean, it's lumpen criminality, right? It's criminal. It's the ideology of the lumpen criminals, you know, who just represent the obscene obverse of the bourgeois state when it's going mask off, when it can't actually do things by the book and according to the law. You know, what do? They do illegal shit, and it's anarchic, right? It's anarchy.
Well, then how come the early Soviet Union had support from America, from England? You know, the Allies, you know, the Soviet Union was allied with the so-called liberal democracies that you like oppose so much.
They
so
literally got invaded.
How does the bourgeoisie, you know, support that?
Okay, every single country invaded the early Soviet Union. I don't know what you're talking about.
Which countries?
Britain, all the ones you just named, and some.
They invaded the Soviet Union.
Yes, it was during
Before World War II.
During the Russian Civil War, the Allies invaded the Soviet Union. Yes.
That was. You mean after World War One during the October
Yes,
Revolution?
after World War One, which is why Germany also did it, and Axis powers also did it as well. Everyone went and invaded the Soviet Union. Everybody.
That just sounds very ahistorically. I don't.
Okay.
Where is this like war? Maybe it's talking about like a proxy war.
No, they had troops on the ground. It was called the Polar Bear, whatever battalion that the U.S. sent, and then Britain sent their own. I think you need to read more Wikipedia articles.
So what was the outcome of that invasion?
The patriotic Bolsheviks kicked the foreigners out, and they beat them out. They got beaten.
And then they later allied with them to
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. After that, the whole time they were plotting against them. The whole time, the Soviet Union tried to form a security pact because the Nazis were going, you know, a little. They were kind of chimping out a little bit and kind of going a little crazy, saying they're going to invade everybody and take everybody's territory. So they tried to form a security pact with France and Britain. France and Britain said no, and they said, we need to help Hitler against Bolshevism. So Chamberlain does his thing with, you know, appeasement for Hitler because Bolshevism's a bigger threat, according to them. And, you know, that was that. So they chose the Nazis.
You're missing a super important point about the Molotov Ribbentrop Pact. You know, the Soviet Union and the Nazis, they allied together to invade Poland, to annex Poland. So
no, that's not true. There's every aspect of that statement was wrong. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact was a non-aggression pact the Soviet Union was forced to have with the Nazi Germany because France and Britain were not willing to enter into a security pact with the Soviets, and Germany made its intentions clear that it's going to invade Poland. When Soviet Union doesn't have the resources or the ability to face the Nazis at the time, so they have to sign a non-aggression pact and tell the Germans to stay behind this one line within the Poland. And then,
well, did they not invade Eastern Poland? Did that not happen?
Nope. According to international law, they did not, because the Polish government left first. Government left first, and before it set up a government in exile, that's when the Soviets went there. So there was no government of Poland at the time. According to international law, the government fled.
Oh, so then how come? So I guess Hitler invading Poland isn't an invasion either.
No, he did invade Poland because at the
time.
If
there's no government, then how is an invasion?
There was at the time of Hitler's invasion of Poland. There was definitely a Polish government at the time of his invasion.
Well, they invaded this Poland around the same time.
Yeah, but it was weeks after the German invasion.
Okay, so they let the Nazis chase out the government, and then they're going to go and.
What did you want them to do? You want them to go
Did
you want the Soviet Union to prematurely enter the World War and lose? Is that what you wanted?
What, Soviet Union to enter the World War?
Yeah. What did you want? Well, what should the Soviet Union have done? Should they have just fought the Nazis when they weren't prepared to at the time? I mean, I'm sure you're smarter. I'm sure you're smarter than like the leaders of the Soviet Union. So they should just have fought the Nazis at the time.
No, but you're trying to paint this ahistorical image that Soviet Union was some like completely non-aggression, you know, just completely defensive.
It really wasn't.
When they're invading Poland, invaded Finland, invaded like Latvia. the Baltic states.
Latvia?
So,
You mean Nazi-occupied Latvia? That Latvia? You mean the Latvia that was taken from the Russians?
no. But
You mean the
you
Latvia
get
that
the
was
point.
taken after World War I
The Soviet
unjustly?
Union was expansionist. They wanted to conquer Europe.
Proof?
You know,
Citations?
I mean,
Citations?
just you can the invasions are part of the evidence. Invading Finland, invading
Hold on.
Poland.
So the only example would be Finland. Poland would not be an example. Finland would. And
Okay, yeah. So how is
maybe
invading
Finland would.
Finland
If we get the facts straight.
an act of defense?
Finland?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Explain Finland.
I'm glad you asked. So Finland's government was a pro-Nazi government at the time. They were plotting with the Nazis to use Finland as a springboard with which to invade the Soviet Union. Meanwhile, the Soviets and the Finns had a non-aggression pact of their own, and they had a treaty. The Finns violated this treaty by firing on the Soviet border. So the Soviets went in and told the Finns, listen, we need this specific slice to protect ourselves. This is a red line. This endangers our national security, yada, yada, yada. The Finns said no. Soviets eventually got what they wanted, and it was all for purposes of protecting itself against a Nazi invasion. By the way, that was territory.
That sounds just
that
what
was
the
also
Nazis
territory,
say about
by the way.
Operation Barbarossa, that we were
That was also-
preemptively invading them because we knew the Soviet Union was going to push west.
But there was no evidence for the Soviet Union pushing west.
Well, what was the evidence that Hitler was going to invade or that Finland was planning to invade the Soviet Union?
There was plenty. Look it up. Finland was going to allow the Nazis to use Finland as a springboard to launch an attack on the Soviet Union.
Yeah, after they tried to invade Finland.
No, before. Before. Because what you don't understand, that Finland took territory from Russia after World War I because it had a revolution. So they took that strategically vital territory, they robbed it, then they had their own civil war where the anti-communists triumphed, and it was a brutally repressive anti-communist...
Yes, and they took back the sovereignty of Finland.
Who did?
The forces after World War I in Finland.
Yeah, by stealing Russian land.
How is it stealing? There was a world war.
Do you think Finland was at war with Russia during World War I?
Well, to be honest, I'm not completely
no, I know you're not.
knowledgeable on like the history of
I know
Finland
you're not. You just learn about the anti-communist talking points that you're taught, and which is totally
your audio is breaking up. I can't really hear.
Yeah, I'm sure you can't. But yeah, I know you don't know about the fact that Finland was part of the Russian Empire. I know you don't know about the fact that Finland took advantage of the Russian Civil War. I know you don't know about any of those things because you've just been taught anti-communist propaganda.
Okay, I mean, this is just a complete pivot from the original point, which is Hitler was an anarchist.
You brought it here. You're the one who brought it here.
Hitler because I was making a point about how
Hitler was 100% an anarchist. Listen, Hitler was an anarchist. Hitler was an anarchist.
You're saying that doesn't make them anarchists.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't make them thugs. Well, how is it any different?
What's
different?
Out your
hypocrisy.
What's hypocritical? Repeat that. What's hypocritical?
Claiming that the Nazis were thugs, which they were, and then saying that the Soviet Union and their attacks against neighboring countries against their own population is not acts of thug.
No, it wasn't acts of thuggery because the Soviet state was grounded in the broad masses, unlike the Hitlerite state, which was grounded in street thugs who gained their rep from violence and intimidation, just like Mussolini's black shirts. Whereas the Soviets...
just look at the October Revolution where they slaughtered the Tsar and they executed the entire Romanov family versus Hitler. Hitler, he got power through becoming chancellor and then consolidated
power. You're saying it was literally a revolution of the Russian people and peasants and workers against the status quo. I don't know what you're trying to say.
So just because you're working class means you can just slaughter aristocrats and the like a current regime? And
I mean, it depends on what the aristocrats are doing, honestly. Depends on what they're doing. Like, if they're fucking around and trying to... gotta defend the revolution. Gotta defend the revolution.
And that's not those aren't acts of thuggery. Just
No, that's self-defense. As a matter of fact, that's self-defense against satanic forces, corrupt satanic forces who engage in all
so the Romanovs were satanic.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. The Tsarina was knee deep into the occult. She literally had a swastika on her fucking booklet before the Nazis, and they were into all sorts of dark, twisted, evil shit. Yes, they were.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but I know that the
Absolutely,
Bolsheviks were responsible
it's absolutely
for
the case.
burning,
They were
thousands,
students.
burning hundreds of Orthodox churches in Russia, murdering priests, murdering religious figures.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about satanic, why don't you look at the Lenin, Trotsky, all of these figures?
Trotsky was a snake that they tolerated only temporarily, but you have to understand the Tsarina.
Oh no, Lenin wanted him to secede.
No, he didn't.
If Lenin had it his way,
There's no evidence of that.
Taken over the Soviet Union.
There's no evidence of that, sir. There's no evidence that Lenin... Actually, there's evidence to the contrary that Lenin was fed up with Trotsky's bullshit. Okay? Anyway, the Tsarina was she was a student of Madame Blavatsky and the Theosophists. She was absolutely satanic and into all sorts of satanic shit.
But why don't you address the point about killing priests and burning churches, suppressing Christianity, suppressing the
I'll give you an
Orthodox
example of the
Church?
churches. I'll give you an example of the churches that were demolished under the Soviet government. There was that one church that Stalin blew up, which was designed in the 1800s by a Freemason. So that was the Satan. He was exorcising that place. It was an unholy place. Satanic Freemasons built it.
Oh, that's just a cult. It was
designed by a
anti-religion.
It was designed by a non-Christian Freemason that he blew up. Okay, I'm pretty sure that was not, and it was made in the 1800s. It wasn't some historical holy site. That was an exorcism that Comrade Stalin did. And then there were satanic forces that were trying to infiltrate the Soviet government, that were engaging in a lot of fuckery, both on the ground and at some high levels. What do you think the purges were for? That's where Stalin was working on the top to fight these people, and he opened up the Orthodox Church as soon as he had the chance to. And he was good with the clergy, the Orthodox clergy.
That was an act of politique. He needed to keep Russia national, and he wanted to reinvigorate national pride for the World War. So he had to give lenience to the Orthodox Church.
The old Russian Orthodox Church under the Tsar was deeply corrupt, quite potentially satanic, and it was complete after it was a fake one. It's part of the Orthodox history to have iconoclasms and shit like that. It's nothing new. Even Dugin pointed that out. That was a corrupt church. That was not the real, authentic Orthodox church. Like the one Stalin revived in World War II was based on the Russian people and not the Tsar, the westernized, satanically infiltrated Tsar.
Well, I mean, aren't you some patriotic socialist? Don't you want to defend the history of Russia? How does it make sense to just completely
I would want to.
venerate the Romanov dynasty, the Romanovs, the complete history of Russia?
The Romanovs were Germans, not Russians. The Romanov dynasty was a westernizing, Germanized.
They made Russia into a superpower.
The Romanovs made Russia into a superpower. When?
Catherine the Great. Learn your history.
And what happened after Catherine the Great? What happened throughout the whole 1800s and 1900s? It was a fucking debt colony for French banks. No development. How was that a fucking superpower? It was literally a backwoods debt colony of the French banks and the globalist bankers. How the fuck are you going to say?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I would need to see evidence, but...
Yeah. So, Hitler was an anarchist.
All right, yeah. Well, I gotta get going, but...
All right.
Yeah, I just think it's an absurd take to just say
Hitler
well,
you failed to make the case that it's absurd. All right, we're going to have Pat on. And Pat is a pan-European Marxist. Okay, Pat. Change my mind. Hitler was an anarchist. Go ahead, Pat. Go ahead and change my mind, Pat.
Well, actually, I agree with you. Anarchists and all anarchists are Nazis, but you're a Nazi too. You're a Nazi Chud.
Okay, why am I a Nazi?
Well, you see, you're supporting the anti-human, white American cultural complex that is the same kind of complex that the Nazis supported. You're against having white Americans confront their horrible anti-human culture.
Can you repeat that? I can't really. I'm doing what?
You're supporting white Americans to not confront their anti-human culture. So
what's that got
white
to
American,
do with? All right, what's that? How does that make me a Nazi, even if it was true?
Because what was I going to say? White American culture is so decayed, and I mean the Trump voters right now are voting against bankrupt cancer patients. They're voting against taking food and milk from children, and you're supporting that. You're not confronting them on their just anti-human policies, and you're giving them some kind of like nationalistic veneer about it for them to cope about it, and that's what the Nazis did.
So you want me to confront? All right. So before we get into the Nazis, you want me to confront Trump supporters with bad Republican policies? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, I do that.
No, you don't. You support the culture behind it.
That's not the culture behind it.
The problem isn't the Republican Party. The problem is not Trump. The white America created the Republican Party. It created Donald Trump.
Really? Because, and the only way to get rid of... Then why is the Republican Party literally ruled by these ruling class bloodlines that have, it's been a long time since they've replenished themselves in the, ordinary people. So it seems like these are bloodlines like the Bush dynasty and others who've just been there, and they're kind of, they're not really representing...
Oh, of course. But it's white American culture that allows them to exist, allows them to continue.
How?
Because white American culture is highly individualist. It is highly victim blaming. It tells the poor that their poverty is their own fault and that they should feel bad about it. And that's why you have coal miners in West Virginia voting to pretty much take away food from their children and give them money to Elon Musk.
That is absolutely not why. And your characterization of white culture, as you call it, is misleading at best. So let me tell you what the culture you're talking about says. They say, they're saying they're individualistic. Well, yeah, I feel like you don't understand American culture. It's not so much that they're necessarily selfishly individualistic as much as they are skeptical of anyone who wants to come and claim to be the monarch and authority of all America. So that's different from individualism. Also, this is a country of, people who like to do their own thing, and, it's part of our culture. There's nothing wrong with that. Then the other thing you're talking about is that it's victim blaming. Well, that's not just an American thing. It's pretty much a cultural universal that
it's
people...
not.
No, it's not.
It's not relevant whether it's just an American thing.
It's not. It's not that workers are victim blamers. It's that they reject your welfare schemes as a replacement for good jobs and hard work. People care about hard work. They don't really like this thing where we're gonna be overly socialized, and that's like a human thing, right? I don't know why.
Well, no, they don't value hard work because they support all the rich billionaires who do nothing, and they drink all the fruits of they drink the milk of the land.
They do care about the billionaires when they engage in corruption. They do care about that.
No, they absolutely don't.
Yeah, they do.
You saw our politics and more
drain the swamp. What do you think drain the swamp was?
And the amount of billions of dollars they spend supporting the Republican Party. All of corporate America is bankrolling the Republican Party, and all of rural America is cheering their fucking heads off about it.
Because rural America thinks that Trump is draining the swamp.
Yeah, because they got psyoped by nationalistic lies that you peddle.
No, it's because they got psyoped by somebody who was engaging in anti-establishment rhetoric, which was authentic, good rhetoric. That's why we are friendly with Trump's image, not Trump himself, but just his image, because it's a good image. It's
that's another thing. You love his Fuhrer principle, don't you?
I like
you love his you love his Fuhrer principle. You love his Fuhrer principle.
His what?
Have you ever? It's a leader principle in German. It's what justified Hitler in Nazi ideology.
Principle. What? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
No.
Fuhrer principle.
No, he doesn't have a Führer principle.
Yes, he does. They listen to literally everything he says. He's the arbiter of truth to them.
So was Mao. So was Mao.
Yes, but the different Mao adhered to Marx. Mao was a Marxist. He had a
Didn't matter. That's how people thought of him.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, but no, Mao had a wealth of scholarship behind him to justify his actions. Trump does not. Trump goes on to the whims.
What do you mean
whatever the bourgeoisie wants.
No, Mao did not have the scholarship behind him. Mao acted against the scholars, and he buried the scholars, just like the Chinese emperors in history.
No, he burned the old Chinese scholars who were the Qing dynasty and all that. But he was well behind European Marxist scholarship.
No, he wasn't.
Yes, he did. Yes, he was. That's why he broke the Soviet Union.
No, he wasn't. He rejected Western Marxism and he rejected Soviet-style Marxism. There was no precedent for Mao. None. That's why they call it Mao Zedong thought. He was a new thing.
No, he wasn't. He was a profound Marxist. I mean, I don't even know what to tell you. I mean, Mao was a Marxist.
He was a Marxist, but he was a Chinese Marxist.
He broke with the Soviet Union because he thought it was engaging in social imperialism, and that has precedent.
But it also has to do with the fact that It also has to do with the fact that Soviet Marxism was ill-equipped to deal with China's conditions.
Sure, but I'm telling you, there's precedent behind it. He wasn't just this new figure who just arbitrated truth based on the whims of however it will make the bourgeoisie look good. That is what Trump is.
You've got both Mao and Trump wrong here. Trump, he doesn't really. Trump's whimsicalness comes from his not giving a fuck kind of populist attitude. There's not. I don't see what the problem with that is. He just don't give a fuck. Just like I don't give a fuck, right?
The problem is that he's doing it on behalf of evil. Just because he's doing it in a way that you would want somebody to do for you doesn't mean that he's doing it just because the principles he's doing it on. You might we're gonna be a dictatorship. We're not gonna listen to the media or whatever. Just because you like that doesn't mean he's going to do it.
You may be right, but he's better than Biden. He's better than Joe Biden.
No, Biden is saving our democracy from your fascism, from your Nazism.
Absolutely not. Biden is creating a Nazi state.
No, Biden is saving our democracy. Our democracy. Emphasis on our, not yours. Our democracy.
Nah, Biden ain't saving shit.
Evil fascism.
How is he doing that, sir? How is he doing that?
He's locking up all the Trump's minions who have their minds completely ruined by him. He's
and that's not.
He's rallying.
Isn't that kind of fascist to just lock away your political opponents?
Stalin did that.
Yeah,
it's not fascism. Fascism.
Yeah, but
fascism is
at least officially in the Soviet state, they were like, we're locking you up because you're actively plotting and undermining the Soviet state.
What was J6? That he was literally trying to ransack.
Yeah, but the thing is, the Soviet state was a proletarian dictatorship. We live in a liberal democracy. So is Biden acting on the authority of a proletarian dictatorship? No, he's still acting on before.
This is why I mean that you're a Nazi. You're using the same rhetoric that Proudhon used against Lincoln to justify supporting the Confederacy.
Really?
Using the same exact rhetoric.
What was the
rhetoric?
The
anarchists did to justify supporting the Confederacy, because America is a liberal democracy, and therefore we need to support this horrible retrograde version of fascism.
Lincoln was dealing with traitors who seceded from the Union. Okay?
What is Trump? He tried to overthrow the election.
Trump did not secede. No, Trump didn't do any of that. He didn't secede from anything.
Yes, he did.
No.
He literally had a mob try to intimidate our government into certifying him as pretty much a dictator for life.
I think you're over-exaggerating what happened.
I think that you're coping with your Nazism.
I think you're a Nazi. I think there's even if that was right. I mean, that's different from formally seceding from the Union. There's a big difference. Okay. Big difference.
No, there isn't. He's actually trying to take over all of the United States. At least the Confederates who just try to keep their fascism in one little section. It's actually worse.
Yeah, but you fail to demonstrate how Lincoln's measures are comparable to what Biden's doing.
Lincoln locked up everyone who tried to, support the Confederacy. I mean, he locked up pretty much all of Baltimore's news press for this. And Trump's doing this. Sorry, Biden's doing even less.
But
all he's doing
Lincoln
is
was
locking up the
dealing.
rioters who went into our Capitol and tried to destroy our democracy.
That was literally a civil war.
Yeah, what was that? That was literally an attempted coup.
No, it wasn't. I disagree with that.
Just because it was stupid and it failed, does that mean it was an attempted coup? There was
Yes,
an intent there.
It pretty much does, actually. It pretty much does.
No, that's the most dumbest shit I've ever seen. They tried to destroy our democracy, and there's millions more of them out there.
So if they did it,
us.
Why? Because symbolically it was at some geographic location. Like, who gives a fuck?
Because our lawmakers were in that same geographic location, and they were chanting to hang them.
It doesn't matter.
They were really chanting hang.
It doesn't matter.
Mike
It wasn't
Pence
enough.
while marching towards Mike Pence.
It wasn't. Listen, it doesn't matter because it didn't represent any actual threat.
No, it wasn't. The intent was entirely there. It doesn't matter if
because AOC
you
was
try to
fighting
shoot
for her
somebody
life,
and
right?
the gun's not loaded. You tried to shoot somebody. You thought it was loaded.
AOC almost
That's
died,
murder.
right?
That's murder.
AOC almost died. I mean, I think you need to know
She did.
more.
She was a martyr for our democracy.
I think you need to know a little more about the history of the U.S. I mean, there's been like these riots against the government for as old as it's
of
very
course,
much.
And we always brutally put them down. We always killed the traitors.
No, not really. Actually, no. That's not really true. I mean,
no, that is true.
No, it's not.
We shot the New York City draft rioters.
Okay, but no, it wasn't legal to do that, and like you can't.
Who cares? It was done. Nobody was prosecuted.
Yeah, but
it's
like when you're talking about these new domestic terrorism laws and shit, like that's a totally new precedent.
Who cares? You're not going to let chuds like you destroy our democracy and kill our children.
Hitler was an anarchist. Do you want to change my mind or no?
Anyways, you are so obviously a Nazi. It's just not even a joke anymore.
All right, I'm a Nazi. All right, yes. Well, that's what you claim. You haven't demonstrated that in any capacity.
Oh no, I have. You absolutely have. I mean, you were like foaming at the mouth in support of Donald Trump. You would love him. You want him to come back.
How is Trump a Nazi?
Trump is trying to unite white American society behind a horrible bourgeois capitalist system that kills millions in the same way Hitler did.
Hey, pro tip. When you accuse someone of doing something, you have to demonstrate how it's like uniquely essential. So both Biden and Trump are bourgeois and capitalist systems and white supremacist systems. So you have to actually like point out how Trump's different from the norm.
The difference of Trump is that he's using raw power and action to fulfill his aims. Biden is not.
How?
He sent a mob into our Capitol to hang our vice president.
Even if he did, which he didn't, a protest.
Okay, then why did it happen? You tell me what happened at J6.
A bunch of MAGA people came to protest.
Right. Even if it wasn't with his consent, that still was an attempted coup. The MAGA people themselves tried to do a coup.
It wasn't an attempted coup because these national parks...
Wars have been started over lesser things.
No, they haven't. This was literally
Japan invaded China over a broken railway.
Yeah, Japan already had the intention to do that. This was just some.
Yeah, but you see the point. This is a very serious thing.
No, it's not. It's not really serious.
Are trying to justify.
It's literally it's not serious
on our democracy.
It's not serious at all because that's like a public monument, and they're all just shitting it up. Whatever. This would be like going to Disney World or some national park and just it'd be like going to Mount Rushmore.
It's not a public monument.
It would be like
it's literally Congress. There's literally Congress people in there.
But that's not actually where the power is. It's just a symbol of that power. That's what you're not understanding.
The people there had their power. It was an intro.
No, it's the symbol of power. It's not actually where power is. Power is actually like, with the Pentagon and, all this. You're not going to target the American state by just going to some like monument in some kind of. It's not going to happen.
This guy sounds like lives in Chaz.
Well, regardless, I mean, J6 was a coup.
No,
You are a
well,
threat to our democracy.
it was not a coup. It was not a coup. Okay, having the
Yes,
intent, even if they had the intent to overthrow the government, which they didn't, that would be like saying some guy in the middle of Missouri shitting on his front lawn is a coup because he had the intention of overthrowing the government by shitting on his front lawn. Now, intention is not enough to establish.
Well, I
actual
agree
coup.
that rural Americans are too retarded to orchestrate an actually effective coup. But we need to see the intent there. It was highly destructive. It was highly destructive to America's foreign image. And it needs
Yeah,
to be
that
punished
is true.
justly.
That's the hilarious part about it, which is
It needs to be punished viciously
no,
and completely.
no. I mean, it's America's.
People,
If
those people have
America's
been,
looking like a clown to the whole world, that's America's fault. Okay.
yeah, it is America's fault because we have not dealt with Nazis
No,
like
because
you.
America is literally becoming a joke.
Yeah, because it's becoming a joke because of people like Donald Trump and you, who are Nazis, who justified his horrible
Trump is
fascism.
very funny.
Yeah, he's very funny, but he also bankrupts cancer patients and takes food away from children.
Yeah, but everyone who's rich does that. Who cares? They all do that.
Yeah, but the difference is you pull out that little cope, but the truth is there's a lesser of two evils.
No, there is, and Trump is the
So-
lesser of them.
No, Trump
There
is trying
absolutely
to.
is a lesser of two evils, and it's Trump. He is the lesser of two evils.
Trump killed 1 million people through COVID. 1 million. Biden would not have done that.
So most of the deaths happened after Trump left.
Yeah, because he fucked up the situation so fucking bad. It would not have come endemic. Probably not even outside of China, had he not been in power.
What? Didn't Trump want to shut down the border? And they condemned him for that?
Yeah, because it happened far too late. All the other liberal countries did that. Trump peddled racism in order to justify his horrible response to COVID. He tried to blame our AAPI communities on why COVID was spreading in the United States instead of taking effective action against it.
Okay, but like, what does that? Why? How could you blame Trump for COVID?
He did not shut down the borders. He did not tell his loser supporters
He
to put on
wanted to
masks
take down
and
the
get
borders.
vaccinated.
You didn't let him.
He let anti-vax, anti-mask shit go on for way too
No, he
long.
didn't. He was never anti.
Trump for being
Trump
threats
was
to our
never
democracy.
anti-vax, not even once.
You supported the people who you're not anti-vax enough. You supported the people who peddled those lies.
I mean,
Even
what is your
implicitly, but not
point?
calling-
Can we get to the point here? Because we're talking about Nazis, and it's like, what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say you're a Nazi.
Why? Because like, how do you get from A to
You
B?
support rural American culture death.
Okay,
That is why.
Well, the connection to Nazism is still not been established, but
Well, Nazism is.
okay. Well, you had your chance. Okay. Now I want to bring this guy on. Unhinged Left. This must be good. Go ahead. Go ahead. Speak your piece. Yeah.
That they were also fans of like liberalism, but fascism is opposed to liberalism.
Okay.
I have a quote from Mussolini himself, and it says, "Fascism is definitely and absolutely opposed to the doctrine of liberalism, both in political and economic spirit."
Wait, I never thought of that. I mean, here I was thinking fascists. I mean, I thought they just identified with liberalism overtly. I never knew that you can't actually go past the surface of things. Damn, I never would have. Who knew that you just can't go past the surface in any analysis? I mean, he said it. It must be true.
See, so my main concern is synthetic leftists do not read the literature of fascist. All they pay attention to is
I've read the
Umberto's
literature.
Echo's
I've-
14 points.
I've read the literature, and the way that Mussolini, people like Gentile, claim to negate liberalism or overcome liberalism is it's still an extension of liberalism. It doesn't actually accomplish the negation of the negation. It's still stuck within liberalism.
That's not true.
Okay.
Here's another quote that might help. Therefore, for the fascist, everything is in the state, and nothing
Beautiful.
human
That's beautiful.
or spiritual
So
exists.
that alone is why I'm saying this, okay? When fascists say everything is within the state, that is following a conception of universal statehood that is inherently and also metaphysically liberal. Now, just because in apparent contradistinction to liberals, they're saying, oh, now we want to take it to its fullest conclusion, in contrast to liberals who kind of like allowed the formality of the state to just stay with the state and have a conception of civil society. That's just like, that's literally liberalism overreaching, and it's an emergency mode, you know? That doesn't overcome liberalism in any way. The worship of the state in question is the universalistic modern liberal state.
Okay, well, what I'm not understanding is like anarchy. The only requirement of anarchy is literally not having a state.
Yeah.
Fascism is literally everything. Nothing exists without the state. That is fascism. Everything is within the state.
That's a perfect example of how it's anarchist.
And anarchy is without the state.
If everything is within the state, then the state is superfluous, and therefore there's no state, and it's anarchism. Ta-da!
Okay, well, my main concern is nobody wants to take the time to actually understand the real history, read the literature, understand fascism whatsoever. And I think if there was a big fascist uprising in this country, it would be more popular than Donald Trump. So I think people need to understand
I think a fascist uprising has already happened. It's called Chaz. It's in Portland, Oregon. And it also happens every time Antifa takes to the streets, and it's just not popular. So, yeah.
When you... Were you just referring to individualist anarchists? Because I think I heard like Max Stirner get brought up.
No, also the social ones like Proudhon, whatever, however the fuck you pronounce him.
So like the anarcho like communists, do you think that as well? Like,
yeah,
they're the same thing.
Yeah,
because I see like they're almost like opposites in a way.
No, I think they're the same thing.
From what I got from Stirner is this kind of like, I'll only attribute to this collective.
Yeah, bye. Go ahead. Go ahead and speak. Yeah.
Nazis were anarchists, correct?
Absolutely.
Didn't they have one of the strongest states in existence? The most overtly arbitrary?
No, they had a very weak state.
Seems pretty strong to me.
Why?
Because they had complete overt say on everything in German society.
They had every complete say, which is why they pretty much preserved bourgeois German society and just added some. I
agree with that.
They just added
I agree with that.
They just preserved the society that already exists and just threw on some swastikas to it.
I mean, it was the dictatorship of the bourgeois. It was new aesthetics.
That's a good place to start. So, dictatorship of the bourgeois. So, what's different about the dictatorship of the bourgeois under the Nazis compared to, let's say, the Weimar Republic?
There was this strange occult bullshit, I guess.
There's this what?
Strange occult bullshit.
What else?
Racial shit, I guess.
What else?
What
about legal
anti-Semitism?
Form? What about legal
form?
Say
that again.
What about legal form?
Legal form. The Nazis had laws. In fact, I'm pretty sure they simply inherited the Weimar Republic's constitution, correct? Or, yeah, go on.
So the Nazis had laws, true. How was Hitler appointed? According to what act?
It was an official act in the Reichstag at the time.
Yeah.
I don't remember the specific
What were
article,
the
but yeah, you're
powers
right.
given to Hitler?
Yeah. The people in the Reichstag.
Yeah, but
And the
what were the
communists
powers called that were given to Hitler?
He was awarded both the presidency and the chancellorship.
So what powers was he awarded with that allowed him to become a dictator?
Unilateral power. You tell me.
So it's emergency power. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay. So what's an emergency?
An emergency is when the state is under threat.
Yeah. What else? What else is it?
When the government is under threat.
Isn't it also an exception? State of exception.
An exception.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a state of exception, and it's also when the state faces a threat. So a state that is under the state of emergency. What's another word for that?
I understand your point. Yeah. Okay. So just because they used these emergency powers,
No, the emergency powers never went away.
Okay, and does that not then become the new law?
No, at no point does it actually concrete into a definite and real concrete law of civil society that can be reproduced independently of the state. It remains a state of chaos and emergency forever.
I guess
that's why Hitler. What did Hitler have to do? What did the German Nazis have to do? Did they actually create some order within Germany?
I mean, they sent their thugs onto the streets. Yeah, that
is that order
considered a police?
So when Antifa goes to the streets, is that anarchy? Or is that order?
I would agree. I specifically I don't like Antifa, but I don't think they are anywhere near Nazis.
No, I know, but I'm just saying in general, just because you're enforcing shit on the street doesn't mean it's not anarchy, right?
It's a little more. Sorry.
So the German state, the Nazi party at least, had to lead Germany into a what? A war. What else? What's another word for a war? And the chaos it brings. What else would you call that? Wouldn't you call that a kind of state of anarchy?
Yeah, I mean, wars happen all the time.
So if the Nazis needed war,
it doesn't always become anarchy.
If the Nazis needed war, it kind of sounds like they had an order that, so-called order that thrived on constant emergencies and constant turmoil and war, and it seems like they couldn't just settle down and actually have a real order of any kind.
Yeah, I agree, but that's because they refused to do a land reform. They could have.
That's been my argument in the past.
Yeah, they could have just given proper land to the German peasants and actually followed through, but they did it into the east instead because they didn't want to upset established interests in the bourgeois.
What about the Nazi state? Did that come from any real precedent of German statehood, or was it kind of this totally arbitrary thing?
I'd say they created their own history a little bit with this occult shit, but they tried. If it wasn't the case, why would the Germans ever accept them if they didn't take historical precedent from the Weimar Republic and the Germans of the past?
Because they justified it as a state of exception. That this is an emergency and you have to do this, or we're all going to hell and it's all going to be chaos and the Bolshevism and whatever. And,
Nazi shit became pretty normal by the start of the war. It became very ingrained and it became part of the culture in Germany. It felt like that. I feel like there needs to be some continuation there for people to accept that.
I don't think so. I think it was still the Weimar Germany. There was a lot of continuity from Weimar Germany. But now you have these anarchist thugs in power and don't go against the killer clowns and you'll be fine. But there's still all these killer clowns everywhere, and there's these circus tents everywhere, these swastikas, and the killer clowns are in control. Just don't bother them, and Bozo the clown isn't gonna come and pop your balloon, and you'll be fine.
Okay.
But it's still this rule of killer clowns.
That's interesting. That's actually quite funny. Yeah. Okay. I'll have to think about that a bit more. There's one other thing I wanted to ask, kind of related. So all of this occult stuff and the stuff that you talked about, the Romanovs and stuff before that, and I noticed you talking about like Satanism previously. How much do you believe that shit? Like,
Do I
actually
believe
existing?
in it, or do I believe they believe
Yeah,
in
do
it?
you believe in like actual satanic forces and shit like that? Because I've heard you talk about that before.
Do I believe in metaphysical evil?
Pretty much.
I don't know. I think I believe in. I think evil is a type of confusion,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a type of madness and psychosis,
Yeah,
which is more tragical than anything else. And so I think, I do, in this sense, there is metaphysical evil, which is pretty much just,
straying away from the object, basically.
the way I put it poetically is it kind of, it's pretty simple, actually. It's kind of like, in our head, it's really horrific and satanic and shit, but then you zoom out and it's just, you're killing them, right? It's like, it's like that movie Firewalk with Me. It's like, it all ends with Laura Palmer getting killed. She went through all that torture and torment because they're trying to kill her life essence. They're trying to actually kill her life force. And they did, right? It became something complicated and scary to something pretty simple, right? Just death. So I think these are anti-human, anti-life people that they'll lead to the extinction of humankind, right? If they get their way.
If they get their way, they're going to lead to the extinction of humankind.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're going to kill that spark within us that allows us to have possibilities where there otherwise would be none. They're trying to extinguish our ability to rise above. That's what I think.
I think the human spark is pretty replicable. Like, even if you kill it in 100% of the population, it'll come back.
Well, it's good optimism, but,
Okay. Well, thank you for your time. That's all I wanted to say.
Yep, no problem. Bye-bye. So, this guy, Rod, has got... Yeah, I'm not going to let this guy on. He's got no profile picture. I do not trust that. I don't trust that a bit. Not even a little bit. And, it's been a beautiful space. And I think we're going to wrap up the space. And we're going to get into our Grand Theft Auto Role Play. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Hold on, let me and his name is John Cena. Let's do this. So this is called GTA RP. And let me get that 5M. We're gonna do this, guys. So I don't know. Should we make a new character or should we continue with Zelensky Obama? Should we make a new guy or should... I kind of would be sad if Zelensky Obama came back, wouldn't you? I think we should make a new character. I think we should make a new guy. So we're going to play. And I think we're going to do this one. Thank you, Emilio.
Double dono.
Thank you, Emilio. I think this is the one that we're going to. And then I'm going to have to mute the music in the intro, right? I mean, in the loading screen. But, I'm gonna do Darth. I know exactly what I'm gonna do. Actually, I don't. Thank you, Emilio. Thank you, man. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it so much. This is gonna be fun. Alright, this is gonna be fun. I am gonna promise you guys some fun, okay? I'm gonna call him Maoist Rebel. I still laugh in the the Caleb Jason debate where Caleb's like, well, I put Maoist because he put Jason quote Maoist Rebel quote on Ruhe. And Caleb's like, well, I put Maoist Rebel because I thought that's what you went by. I did not mean any disrespect. It sounds so fucking stupid. And he got so mad. He's like, you know what you're doing. I do not go by Maoist Rebel. It's just Maoist Rebel news. Change it to Sami Rebel. Maoist Rebel. I like how I was like, yeah, here's what I need Jason to do for me to forgive him, and then someone just goes, they put the emote and they go, never. Never. It's so perfect. It's so fucking perfect. Thank you, Jan R. Never. If you guys don't know, this shit is loading right now. So that's why this is put a game capture. Capture games and apps. Game. Capture game. Thank you, Jen R. We're gonna put that where? Here? Should we keep the chat? No, we're gonna get rid of the chat. And then I'm just gonna have this camera be on. How about we put it here? Right? Here. No. Here. Wait. Oh, all I have to do is this. No, wait. That stays. This. There we go. And we're going to take the logo. We're going to take the chat. Perfect. Ha ha. Ha ha. Oh shit, it's still loading. Okay. We'll just have it like this. Thank you, Emirio, for the 20. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Are you gonna upload the Grover Furr VOD? Yeah, I probably will have to make a separate. I don't know. I might not. I might not upload it. I don't know. I might just keep the stream. I might just keep the stream. This reminds me of the good old days of Twitch where I like stream for like 5-6 hours. You guys want me to start streaming for like 5-6 hours again? Or would you rather have them like more jam-packed and shorter? You guys want me to start streaming like long hours? You guys miss the long hours? Yeah, I kind of miss them too. Not gonna lie, I kind of miss them too. Yeah, I might start doing them longer. Might start just doing them longer. This shit is loading still. So that's why. What do you want to debate about, dude? Put it in what you want to debate about. The anarchist Hitler AI pics are actually like art. This is actually artistic. It's actually fucking crazy. I'm saving all of them and then I'm deleting them because these are no-nos. This is so fucking cool though. Look at this. That's fucking based. Look how fucking based this is. Oh, you can't see it. Alright. There's some really based Punish Joe Sim shit in original content. It's so cool. Super based. Guys, I've been kind of wanting to watch David Lynch's Dune again. Oh, I'm still loading, still loading, still loading, still loading. They say the ocean's rising like I give a shit. They say the ocean's rising like I give a shit. And I won't love any like anybody else. We're not gonna notice that until you try. No. David Lynch's Dune is fucking based. It's better than the new Dune sucks. Okay, David Lynch's Dune is way better. The new Dune is British. It's not American. David Lynch's one is American, okay? They like updated this a lot. How do I turn off the music? I can't. I hope this is the right one. I don't even know if it is. I think this is the right one. I literally used all my characters. This is the last one we have, guys. All right, well, who are we gonna make? Who are we gonna make? All right, this is gonna be hard. Uh. Amber Depp. Zelensky. Zelensky. Amber. Amber Depp. Zelensky. Jason. Jason. Jason Biden's. This is Biden Zelensky. What's another like famous celebrity in the news? What's like a favorite famous thing in the news going on that people are talking about right now? Jada. Swedish. Paul Mason. Swedish. Swedish Zelensky Amber Depp. Unruhe. Alright. No wait, we're just gonna do Jason Zelensky. Amber Depp Unruhe. Alright, month. 69. 06 09 1986. That's like when Jason was born, right? Alright, confirm. Yes. Man. Confirm. Come on, man. Can it work? Here we go. No, why did it work? Okay, confirm. Confirm. Confirm data. Alright. Alright, this is a problem. Okay? This is a problem. This is a problem. You know what? I think this is it. America. Ukraine. There you go. Confirm. It has to be a real country, right? No, is that it? America. Maybe the problem is the name. Yeah, it was the name. I knew it was the name. it's it's the newest iteration of Zelensky. Right? And then okay, this is there you go. How do we do this? How do I do this? I don't know the controls anymore. Forgot the controls. Fuck. I forgot the controls. Okay, this is tough. What do I press to get the mouse free? What's the mouse button? Oh, this. Okay. Hats. Damn, there's options. All right. All right. Pedestrian. No, I don't want a fucking hat. Just give me a fucking... What is this? Why do they have a mask? How do I get rid of the mask? Alright, reset. Okay. Alright. We're gonna make this character now, okay? There we go. Thank you, Alan. Thank you so much. Leave pillbox premises or catch a 1-day ban in 30 seconds. Is that me? They're not talking to me, are they? They better not be talking to me. How long was the ban they said they're gonna give me? What? Is that where I am? They're not talking to me. Leave pillbox presence. Who is pillbox? Oh, it's not me. Okay. So that's a pretty long 30 seconds there. Should I just be this guy? No, I'm gonna... There's nothing better than the fat guy. Nothing will be better than the fat guy. Nothing. I think we're getting close. I think we're getting close. We are getting very close, okay? Yeah. We're getting close, okay? Yeah, we're gonna start with this, okay? Huh, let me see this face. This is an interesting face. It's a little old. What do you guys think? It's a little old? I kind of like this. I kind of like this. Let's see what we can do with this one. I kind of like this one. Let's get to spice it up a little bit, right? Hats. Let's get hair first. Actually, the shirt is definitely gonna have to change, right? This is like arms. It's too like working class, you know, it looks too normal. Yeah, this is no good. This is no good. We're not gonna work with this. This one might work though. Yo, this one might work. This one might just work. Okay. Hey. I don't know what you're doing over there. I don't really think I approve of it. No, I don't think I'm gonna go anywhere. What are you talking about? I like this. I like this. I like this. Alright, we're keeping this. And then clothes. No, there's not really anything here. Whew, this is nice. Okay, this is nice. Hair. We're gonna have to work on this hair. There's nothing we can do about the hair. That's fine. Gonna have him have a hat. No hat. Come on, anything? No, the hat is just not funny, you know? But I really like this. Yeah, I think we're going with this. This is the best one. This is easily the best one. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one we're gonna do with. Oh my god, thank you, man.
Just wanted to say, you've opened my mind to some ideas that I probably would have outright rejected before and made me reflect on some previous notions/beliefs. Appreciate any knowledge you share. You're a sharp dude.
Thank you, Happy, man. Thank you, Happy Go Lucky. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you a lot. Undershirts. All right, we got that, and then pants. It's kind of. This one's funny. This one's funny. This one looks like he just got out of bed. You know. No, this one makes him look too cool. We're gonna do this. This is the best one. I just wish I could change the color, you know? I just wish I could change the color. Shoes, decals, anything? Can I do anything with this? Anything with that? Oh, I can change that. All right. Oh, I might be able to change the color. Yeah, I can. Perfect. Is there red? No, but it's better than blue. Actually, if we make it kind of look like Maoist Rebel, yeah, this looks cool. This looks cool. Textures, anything? It sucks you can't change the hair. I think we're good. I think we're good. Now, oh, we can do this. Glasses. Yes. This is fucking beautiful. I swear this is perfect. Anything? Okay. This is perfect. It's just, I gotta figure out how to exit out of this. And it's like a simple button, but I forgot what it was. It was like... Save changes. Okay, perfect. All right, we're in business. Now, okay, how do I talk again? Is it V? Hello? Yeah, I'm talking. Hello? Hello? Anyone want to talk to me? What is the button to talk? Hello? 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 What is the button to talk usually in GTRP? I literally forgot. It's, X? Hello? 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 Okay, B is the point. Hello? Hello? N? Hello? Yes! Alright, fine. Finally. Alright. Okay, how do I zoom in and out for perspective purposes. How do I like zoom in and out again? How do I change camera's perspective? V. Okay, perfect. All right, we're good. All right, we're in business. Come back here. Get back here right now. Get back here right now. Come back right now. Come back. Stop running. Get the fuck back over here. Get the fuck back over here. I'm going to kill you. This is my car now.
Oh, you want to scrap, huh? You ain't taking
Oh!
shit.
This doesn't belong to you anymore. It's my property because property is theft.
I bought.
This doesn't belong to you anymore. Oh, you freaking liar! Fuck you! Taking care of business. Alright, now all I gotta do is press that one fucking button. What's that button that like lets you see the car overview again? Fuck is that button again? H. Is it H? No, it's not H. It's like a button that lets me see the car. Is it actually H? No, it like lets me see an overview of the car. Yeah, I forgot getting a car is like the hardest thing to do in this game. And I don't even know how to get out. I literally don't know how to get out of the car. It's not F. It's Jason. Perfect. Z. Is it Z? It's not Z. How the fuck do I get out of the car? I'm stuck in the fucking car. Oh, I got it. Okay. Alright, let's check our options. Is this the hospital? Because that's where we're going. Yup. It looks like we're going to the hospital. It looks like we're going to the hospital. Where we always end up. Yup, we're going to Pillbox. Here we go. The journey begins.
Yo.
Get back here!
Expect you to be on the road. I'm sorry.
Yo, I'm chilling. I'm all good, gang.
Get back here!
Come on.
Get the fuck back here! Get out of my car! It's mine!
Eat my dick.
Alright, well, wherever we're going together.
Bro, shut up, bro. You're weird. Get the fuck out of my car.
This is my car.
I'm gonna fucking kill you, bro, if you don't get the car.
I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
I'm gonna kill your ass.
I'll have you know that I am acting on direct orders of Jason Aruhe.
Get out. Come on, get out.
No.
Get out.
This is not your land, it's stolen land. You're a racist.
Exactly. Get out, nigga.
You're a racist. This is stolen land and you have no claim to it. None.
You're a racist.
You're a racist and you're living on stolen land. I am working to burn the American imperialists to the ground. Starting with the Canadian truckers convoy.
Bro, my aim.
Oh, shut
Yo, what the
up.
fuck did you doing to a civilian?
Get out the fucking car, nigga.
No, I'm working on behalf of Hillary Clinton
Get out the car, boy.
to destroy racist fascists like yourself.
Nigga.
No, I'm not
Fine
getting
shit.
out. I'm not getting out.
Get out the car, nigga.
No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it.
Bro, how do you do the
we
hot
out, we out.
wires?
Come on, we
I'm
out. Get out,
protesting
bro. We
Roe v.
out, come
Wade.
on.
I'm not going anywhere.
You can have the car. We out.
Until women have a right to choose, I'm not
Take
getting
this
up.
shit, Come on. Bro, we gonna kill. Yo, beat that nigga ass, bro. Fuck you, nigga. You finna get banned.
Let's go.
Bro, get out. Call me back.
I'm not going anywhere. Until women have the
Mom, you
right to
don't get
choose
up,
again, I'm not
beating the
going
shit out of
anywhere.
you. I'm beating the shit out of you.
It's
when you
their
get up.
body, their choice.
I'm beating the shit out of you.
I'm protesting Roe v. Wade.
I'm beating
Just
the
like
shit out
how
of you.
women can't abort their baby, you can't abort me. You're gonna have to
Bro, we
carry
can't-
me.
oh,
You're
bro,
gonna
we
have to
out,
carry
man.
me, just like so many women have to carry unwanted pregnancies.
Up, nigga. Beat it. Yeah. What's up, nigga? Oh man, what you gonna do? Drive that car? Yeah, drive it, nigga. You can't drive that shit. Dumb nigga. That's all that shit you were talking, nigga.
Stop it right now!
Fucking
Stop it right now! Stop it right now!
Yeah, get in the fucking car, you bitch. You fat motherfucker with your McDonald's having ass.
I'm not fat. I'm not fat. That's
Shut up, bitch.
fatphobic.
Somebody ass.
I'm
Somebody
not
shut your
fat.
dumb ass
I'm
up.
not fat. I'm
Nigga like
healthy. These are transphobic
Man, shut up, nigga.
standards.
Too much.
These are transphobic standards created under Roe v. Wade by patriarchy. I'm not fat. I just have a dad bod.
So, nigga.
I'm about
You a
to
whole ass
die.
bitch, nigga. You a whole bitch.
No, you're a bitch.
Out the car, fatty.
I'm not going anywhere.
Hey, tell us how we hot wire stuff.
I'll open my inventory, nigga.
I'm not going anywhere.
I'll open my inventory.
Wherever
This
you
shit
go,
weird.
I go.
This shit weird as fuck.
Wherever you go, I go.
My date, nigga.
Sign our car.
No. If you ever succeed, I'll be right here with you.
You crackhead!
Hey, don't tell cops now. Don't tell 12.
I just called them. They're on their way. You know you're never gonna succeed, right?
Why?
Because I'm in the car with you. Oh, now we're in business. Okay. Here we go. Now, I have to explain to you a situation right now. The Ukrainians are facing a huge loss by the dictator Putin, and Ukraine needs our help
Bro,
right
tell
now.
us how you hot wire stuff. Like,
Man,
on
shut
God.
your stupid ass
Ukraine
up.
needs our help, and we're gonna drive to Ukraine. Get in
Nigga,
the
we
car and
out,
start
bro. You're
driving.
fucking annoying, bro.
The car works. You got it to work. I'll take it for myself.
If you get out the car, I'm beating your ass.
It actually works. Did you guys see how it worked?
Get out the car, bro.
Nope. This is my car now, and it works. How do you like get to the car's overview so I can start the engine? There's a way to do that. There's a way to literally just like fucking open up the dashboard and just start the engine, but I don't know how. I used to be able to do it. I have no idea how to do it.
Nice one, buddy. What?
How the fuck do you do it? It's like F something maybe? Oh, I think it's this. Vehicle? Yeah, it's this. Something like this. Yeah. That's what it is. Alright. Where the fuck did they go? Yeah, I can't get out now. Well, now I can't get out. I'm stuck forever. I literally cannot get out of this vehicle. No lockpick? Yeah, you're right.
Bro, my
Which I think I have, actually. Let me check my inventory. Which is here. Yeah, I do have a lockpick. Oh, fuck, I already fucked it up. I already fucked it up. I didn't know how to do it, guys. I don't know how to do it. Oh, it worked? No, I have to get it on all 3 tries. Fuck. That's why you need a lockpick. Alright. I didn't know what to do when it said 4. Okay, I can't get out of this car. I literally can't get out. I literally cannot get out of this. Going full Jason. Please let me out of this fucking car. Flip vehicle. That did nothing. There's no way out of this fucking car. I can't get out. Did I have multiple lockpicks? No, I didn't. I only had one. There's literally no way out of this. Yeah, there's no way out of this. I'm stuck. No way out. E doesn't work either. It's literally broken. It's literally fucking broken. Alright. Yeah, it's F. The button is F. It's just like not working. Let's just try that. Oh, is it locked? How do I unlock? How would I do that? Is there a button to lock and unlock? Maybe that's it. I think that's what it is. I locked it somehow. How do you unlock? How would I do that? The menu? Click what? Oh, maybe this works. Click what thing? So I'm in the back of it now. L? Driver's seat S. Okay. Yeah, this is why Jason just plays Fallout, because this game is just being stuck in a fucking car. Alright, there's gotta be a way out of this. There's gotta be a way to, like, fucking teleport or something. Help! I'm trapped! And am about to die. Alright, they'll come. They'll come. Help! Don't go! Help! 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 I'm stuck in this vehicle! Help! I can't get out! Help
What do you
me!
mean you can't get out?
I can't get out of the vehicle!
What the fuck is this nigga doing, bro? I'm gonna need you to come back.
Please shoot me! Shoot me, please, and get me out of this place! Help!
Only thing I could do is tase you.
Yeah, do that.
There you go.
Thank you! Oh my god! You're my savior! Alright, where to next?
You're not coming with us, sorry.
What do you mean? You're not just gonna leave me
go to
all
a
alone
call.
here, are you?
Yeah, I have to, I'm sorry.
Hey, come back!
You go to pillbox and you're in your head. Oh my god.
Thought you were here to save me. Alright. I guess we'll just keep going on our way. Oh, got a new Spider-Man movie coming out. My buddy Zelensky Obama, he's retired a long time ago, but he was always pretty on the heavy side. I've lost a lot of weight since then. No, I wouldn't call myself fat, I just pretty much, you know, I'm average weight. Call them pathetic cowards. Huh. That won't be hard. Just gotta get to the hospital. Really important I get to the hospital. Because I'm gonna give them a piece of my mind. And where's the strip club? Because we'll go to the strip club too. This guy really is good at running. of sticky keys. How fast he runs. Come on, come on. I don't freaking use cars, because we need trains. I'll never buy one of those environment-destroying machines. Fuck cars. Only only those freaking bourgeois rich people have cars. No one else has cars. I spend all my money on anime and video games. I don't drive cars. Hakeem said you shouldn't. Only revisionists drive those. Ugh.
Bro, you got lockpicks, bro.
Here they are, pathetic cowards.
There you go.
Bro,
Look at all these pathetic cowards.
I'm a taxi driver. No, bro, that's
Look at all
my
these
fucking
pathetic
taxi,
cowards
dude.
congregating together. You're a pathetic coward.
What did I do to you, bro?
Don't even.
What did I do to you, bro?
I'm not gonna even answer.
Damn.
All right,
Guess I got
peasants.
feelings.
Heal me up. Freaking settlers. Go ahead and heal me up, settlers. It's what you're here for.
Yep. Yeah.
What you're here to do. Heal me up. Peasants.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna take care of
And that's
this.
my free healthcare.
That wasn't free.
Oh yeah, and one last thing. You're all a bunch of pathetic cowards and liars.
I am. He's right outside. BB.
You're a pathetic coward.
You didn't make him forget. There you go.
You've been lying, haven't you? I saw those Discord screenshots you were plotting against
Hey,
me.
can you guys fix me?
I saw them. What do you have to say for yourself?
Yeah. Actually, me too as well.
I don't speak English.
Huh, you're a pathetic coward.
That has to be
You're very
racist.
beautiful, right?
Where are we going?
Love you.
Hey, PD.
Where are we going? Come on.
Are you gonna?
Yeah, PD. I think you might want to get that guy out your car.
Get out of my car. Hurry up.
What's the problem?
PD, did anyone not just see me get... Oh my god, I hate this.
All right, let's go.
Are you burger shots?
Hey!
Buy a car.
Excuse me, you're a public
I'm
servant.
soon gonna like...
And my tax dollars pay for this car.
start making a ticket. He literally just stole my taxi and then drove into me.
My bad.
I locked my taxi too. He locked it too.
That's VDM.
Damn, bro, you wearing the car down.
What happened to you, bro?
Why are you tasing me? This is my friend.
This is your friend?
Yes.
This is a PD vehicle.
Well, I'm undercover.
This is a PD vehicle.
I'm undercover working with Paul Mason. We just got Jackson's PayPal. God.
So don't steal a police car.
I'm working with Paul Mason undercover.
I'm glitched. How do I exit out of this?
Freaking idiot. That's why I told AOC we need to abolish the police. Look at these nincompoops helping Putin. Oh, no, you're not a PD vehicle, are you? What? Everybody's coppers around here, aren't they?
I'm EMS. I'm actually EMS.
Well, where are we going, EMS?
Officer, never mind, that's not even... Bro. Who's this?
This might actually have the keys in it. Fuck. Fuck, it doesn't.
Dude.
Fuck.
Stop driving around, fat ass.
What the fuck is he doing? Oh, what the fuck is this fat ass? What the fuck are you doing?
Oh shit, my bad. Bruh, you
Fat man, please, fat man, stop.
Open the fucking door right now.
No, bro, wait, what the fuck you wanna do?
Open it right now.
Why?
Because I'm your friend. And I care about
Bro,
you.
just get a job, you fat
What the
ass.
This is my job.
Come on.
Burger King, Burger King.
Open the fucking door right now. Oh!
I'm trying to get in my car, it's called illegal.
Freaking fascist, you pathetic coward. You're a lying revisionist and a pathetic coward.
Can I touch your blubber?
You're a lying revisionist and a pathetic coward.
Can I
I'm
touch your
pregnant with
blubber?
like 5 babies.
Can I touch your blubber?
Stay away
Can I
from
touch your
me,
blubber?
or you're gonna get the wrath of the Sami in me.
Beat the fat man up.
I'm 126 Sami.
Shut up.
No, just someone just bring me to the
You can't run.
I'm gonna beat
Oh,
you to
shit.
death. You're dying. I'm gonna kill someone today, and it's gonna be you. You're dying. You're dying. You're dying. You're dying.
Shut up.
You're
Shut
dying.
up. You're trying to.
You're dying. You're dying.
Shut up.
They're
Shut
actually
up.
gonna win.
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
It's literally a fucking child, and they're beating me. I'm leaving.
You hear that? It's called turbo.
Oh, damn, you're actually... Damn, how'd you get like...
Nigga. Hey, bro, it's the guy who freaking tried to shoot.
I died in front of the police station.
Hey, give me a second, hold on.
Nigga, you better get the fudge out of here.
Mike, what happened?
Bro, can you get out of my car, man?
Hammer time!
No.
Up in a while.
You're getting
Ain't give me lit.
banned! I'm banning you! Get banned, Hammer!
Cause the cop shot me.
Yo, my man, can you get out of my car?
This is my car.
Fat dude, shut the fuck up.
Yo, get out of my car, my man.
Hey, bro, lock your car and you should.
No,
be
it's my
down.
car.
Oh, you got a gun in your face, so get out.
Hey, this isn't even my
I don't care about your freaking gun, you pathetic coward.
So you,
Hey,
so
hey,
you
bro,
don't
hey,
value
bro,
your
hey, bro,
life?
hey, bro, hey, bro.
You
What is
pathetic
this, bro?
coward, this is my car, and the minute you get out of it to shoot me, I'm getting in the getting in the driver's seat and driving away.
Follow me, just use it to make money. Follow me, bro.
Pathetic coward. I'm never leaving this. Never leaving this.
My boy, just follow me, use him to make money, hitman. That works too, you know, that works
Fuck, I
too.
didn't have time.
I'll loot him, don't worry.
You pathetic coward.
You
pathetic coward.
Okay, Luca. Or is one guy? Take this fat boy off your car.
Paul Mason is literally going to hear about this. Your PayPal is going down.
I swear.
Venmo's going down. Your whole thing is going down. Okay?
Dead, bro. My man's dead.
Watch out,
I'm working with Paul Mason right now. You're going down.
Let's go, bro. Fat man's dead.
There's no way it's going to turn out well for you. No way.
Hey, don't worry.
Nurse, come revive me. Do your job, nurse.
I
better not hear you talking anymore.
Stop shooting. I don't like people.
I am literally
Hey, she can't even remember why she killed you.
outside your premises. Help me, peasants. This is what I'm subjected to. This is the pathetic
Hey, what's up,
coward.
snitch?
Get out of my sight.
What's
You're
up,
not even
snitch?
worth
Yeah, the
my
fat cow
attention.
is dead now,
You
bro.
pathetic
Fuck up,
coward.
snitch. Hey, snitch. Hey, snitch.
Oh, shut up.
You pathetic coward. This is not even worth my attention.
My fudging head.
You are worth nothing.
Hey, how'd you get out the water?
Oh my god, Jackson with the raid. Thank you, man. I didn't even notice that. This is what I'm subjected to.
Anybody need a ride?
Paul Mason is on his way. Your PayPal's going down. Your Venmo's going down. You freaking Putin shill. We're taking you down. I'm working with the CIA. This is exactly what Marx would have wanted. And I'm an anarchist. I'm anarchist Paul Mason. I've helped the Kurds in Rojava. And I'm a real revolutionary. And I'm... You'll see. You'll see. You'll see. I'm working with Paul. Go get the nurse right now, you pathetic coward. Go get the nurse. Bring me to the freaking nurse, you pathetic coward.
Bro, you're so.
I'm working undercover on behalf of Paul Mason, and I need help and medical assistance immediately. You freaking peasant, help me now.
Bro, who's Paul Mason, bro?
Yo, get out of here.
All right, peasants, do your job. Freaking
Bro,
Putin
who the hell is
shills.
Paul Mason, bro?
I'm working on behalf of Paul Mason. This goes very high up. I'm working with the CIA, the MI6, and Paul Mason. He sent me to figure out how all of these Russia shills are getting funded. And when I found out that it wasn't Russia, I shut down their PayPal. And if this hospital, hospital doesn't help me sooner rather than later, I'm shutting down your PayPal and your Venmo.
I'm gonna hit you right
Just
now.
know, we're watching.
Shut up.
Stop punching in pillbox.
What happened?
Excuse me, where's the head doctor?
I'm right here. What's good?
How much money and proceeds have you donated to Ukraine and the Ukrainian military effort?
Probably at least $2.3 million.
Well, that's not enough. They need more drones and weapons because Putin's advancing and they need more. So when I come back, I want to see that. I want to see that money doubled.
Well,
or else I'm shutting
here's
this
the
place
thing.
down.
You can attempt to, but last I checked, it's not a United Nations.
This is the I'm acting on behalf of the CIA and the MI6. And yeah.
Oh wow.
You're talking about the United
CIA.
Nations. You Russia shill. You Russia agent. You support Putin.
That's 100%.
You're a freaking imperialist. You're a freaking campist and a revisionist and a pathetic coward. You're a revisionist, you pathetic coward.
Yep.
Why don't you go to Ukraine like a real man? I have to stay here because Paul Mason has me on special orders to combat disinformation. But you should go to
That
Ukraine.
ain't gonna pass the military.
No, you need to go to Ukraine immediately.
Yep, that's what I need to do.
Go to Ukraine, you freaking pathetic coward.
Yep. Okay, and you're stuck in the United States doing what?
I'm combating disinformation on behalf of Paul Mason and Nina Jackowitz, the Ministry of Truth that Mr. President Biden had created under his special orders. Do you know the song that Nina Jackowitz sang? She said, "It's a little light, a light, a light. It's a little light, a light, a light. When Rudy Giuliani, I'm Ukraine, and I'm the man." You know that song? That's her.
I don't.
And I'm working for her.
Oh, that makes
on her
sense.
authority.
I don't know you. I don't know her, so you guys are irrelevant.
Well, I'll shut down your PayPal and your bank if you don't go to Ukraine soon.
You can try.
I don't need to
But I
try
promise
anything.
you
It'll
you
just
won't.
happen.
It
I'll
won't.
make it happen.
Nope, I'll get Putin on your ass.
But did you just hear this? Did you just hear he said he's working for Putin? Someone shut this hospital down. Shut it down. It's Putin. Censor it. Censor him. Officers, take him away.
Yo, can I get help, please?
He just said he's working for Putin.
I'm good. Yeah. Not my concern who he works for.
Oh,
okay, yeah. However, assaulting him.
We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. Slava Ukraini! Slava Ukraini! Slava Ukraini! No!
And that was just not smart.
I'm doing it. I can explain. Slava Ukraini! This is Putin authoritarianism. Call Paul Mason right now. Call him. Paul Mason. Go on Twitter. Look him up. Paul Mason. Paul Mason's the one. I'm doing this. I'm undercover, okay? I'm undercover. Yeah, I'm undercover, okay? Call Paul Mason right now. He'll vouch for me.
Okay, Paul Mason's not a part of our department.
Yes, he is. Paul Mason is here. Call him. I'm working undercover for him, okay?
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what. You can call him when I give you your phone call because you're under arrest for assault.
No, you gotta let me go because I'm working for the U.S. government and I'm trying to fight Putin right now. I have diplomatic immunity. Working for the
government.
I'm
the
working on
government
behalf
can
of
stop
Her
me while you're
Majesty the
there.
Queen of the United Kingdom with Paul Mason.
Fantastic. She'll call me.
Yeah,
then.
I wanna press charges, and I want you to
No, you're not. Don't press any charges. You freaking pathetic
put
coward.
all his jail fines into "In Putin We Trust" fund.
You're a pathetic coward.
I will make it happen.
Thank you, sir.
You're a freaking liar and a pathetic coward.
Well,
Excuse me, sir. Just
the
know
only
I don't
reply I
like.
have to that is that
You're gonna take me to
I'm
Putin's gulags?
I'm not.
Is that where you're taking me? Putin's gulags?
Not quite. I think you might actually like this place. It's a little more cushy.
Where are you taking me?
PD.
What?
Police department. We're going to the police department.
And is Putin gonna be there, I expect? So I'm gonna sock him in
doubt
his
it.
face.
But you never know.
How does it feel to spread Russian disinformation and Russian propaganda, you freaking shill?
It pays the bills.
You disgusting, pathetic coward.
Oh, that's the nicest thing anyone's ever said.
You're a freaking revisionist and a pathetic coward. Woman, I'm a feminist. Help me right now, I'm a feminist. I did my part, now you help me. Thank you, Emilio. I did my part speaking for women's rights. Now help me. Freaking bitch. Help me right now, woman. This is the result of Putin's propaganda. Even the women have internalized misogyny. They're not even willing to help a true ally because of Putin.
This is, you're committed. You go ahead and scan your fingerprint for me.
No.
Okay, sir. If you don't scan my fingerprint for me, we are authorized to jail you for the full 60 months.
For how long?
That's a 60-month sentence. That's 60 minutes in your head.
Only 60 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's worth it to me. I'll never submit to
Alright.
Putin.
Alright, so just to confirm one more time, first, second, third, fourth time, you will not give us your fingerprint.
I will never submit to Putin's propagandas.
Okay. So
Under
you're
any
sure?
circumstances.
You're absolutely sure.
I'm absolutely sure of that.
Okay. Let me just, let's see here.
Slava
713,
Ukraini, I am fighting for freedom.
I'm gonna need a commanding officer permission to send this guy for the full 60. He's not giving his prints.
Putin's reign, they will never be the same. All the freaking Putin shills. Freedom calls in Ukraine. Zelensky fights for our rights. Putin wants to silence me. Putin wants to get rid of me, just like how he poisoned Navalny.
Like a 10-month, 15-month sentence. I think it's probably worth your while to scan your finger so you don't have to go for 60 months.
We are
Okay, I'm gonna give you about 5 seconds to scan your finger, or we're gonna send you for 60, okay?
60 months means 60 minutes, buddy.
Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Putin shills have got to go! Hey, hey! Ho, ho! I broke their game, that's why they did this. Zelensky and can't get rid of this fucking fingerprint scanner. They threw me in jail just like Putin did in the gulags. Classic Russians. We have to balkanize Russia to prevent this from happening in the future. They sent me to their worst gulag. All because I was working with Paul Mason. I gotta call Paul Mason because this goes really deep. Putin's shills have penetrated the police departments. They're everywhere. This goes way deeper than we thought. And shutting down their PayPal isn't going to be enough. We're going to have to take this even farther. We're going to have to do some direct action. We're going to have to do direct action. Paul Mason, show me where you're storing the Molotovs, satchel charges, rocket-propelled grenades, and Ukrainian smuggled javelins, because Putin is on our shores. And we're going to have to deal with this problem right here, because Putin's reach has extended too far. And I tell Her Majesty the Queen, tell MI6 that America has been taken over by Russia. We're not even safe here anymore. Over and out. Over and out. Alright. Alright, guys. That was quite the experience. That was quite the experience. There was nothing we could have done, guys, because I got arrested. And I know it was only an hour, but we'll do more, right? It's not the only GTRP I'm going to give you. We'll do a little more tomorrow, okay? We'll do a little more tomorrow. And, you know, I do got to sleep, guys. I haven't slept in like 48 hours. But we'll be back tomorrow to do the same thing. Tomorrow we're going to do a lecture, actually. We're going to talk about the thing I want to talk about yesterday, if I have enough sleep, right? But guys, thank you so much for all the donations today. I mean, wow, like a lot of money. You guys sent me a lot. Yeah, it was a lot. And I'm really grateful, guys. Thank you so much. It's like a fucked up, right? Actually, let me actually see if I could do that. Because if I can, I will. I don't think Caleb has that thing in his settings. I have to message him about that. But I can't rate him. I don't have I don't think he has me in his settings. Or he might. Let me see. Custom. Let me actually see. Let me add him. Because maybe I could just do it like this. Settings, channel, community, approved users, Caleb, let me get his channel. Here. It's weird. So weird, I can't add him. I can add Beyond Liberalism, but I can't add Caleb Moffat, which is weird. Why can I only add Beyond Liberalism? That's so weird. It's like I'm pasting his channel, and it only has. It doesn't show his username. Maybe I'm not subscribed to him. Maybe that's it. I should be subscribed to him. Yeah, I am subscribed to him. Yeah, I don't fucking know what that is. Oh, he might have the thing where his subscriptions aren't public. Yeah, he probably... I think his subscriptions are not public. Yeah. His things, his channels are not public. That's why. We had that problem before. Alright, that's the reason for that. Hey guys, thank you so much for, you know, thank you so much, guys, for the donations today. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun. See you guys tomorrow.
Produced by Sick Kick Music. Goodbye to the people who trust in me. Yeah. Do you think about me? What's up? Did you think about me? 2013. Sick Kick. Goodbye to the people who trust in me. Just win. For all the broken hearts that got played. What we gon' do? We gon' say goodbye. Spending my arms with you, put my trust in you. Movie tickets for two, girl, I want you, I got you. Spend my life to find you. I was there for you when you needed me the most, but when my time came, you faded out. Ghost. In the end, I should've known you were just a heartbreak. I'ma call you Medusa, cause you was just a snake. Listen to my acapella. Girl, I go higher than the weekend's full star. Baby, I move on in life. Move on in life. Move on in life. You think about me? No. Goodbye to the people you love. Yeah. Goodbye to the people you love. You think about me? Goodbye to the people you love. Goodbye to the people you trust. Goodbye to the people you love. Goodbye to the people you love.
I don't know what to do.